and get you back to your family.
That's what's up. No big deal.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Urban Economic Empowerment Show. Y'all know how we get down every Wednesday at 6 p.m. So we're doing a little something different to close out the year. Normally, we get it straight in the economics, hit the investments, talk about the government contracts, get it in on the grants. But these last few Wednesdays of 2020, I wanted to highlight all the brothers I know who are doing some great things out in the community for their family, for their community, for themselves, coming out of whatever situation they want to talk to you guys about, they've done. I know the stories, I know the backgrounds, and I can tell you that for many who don't realize and who talk about what probably our Black men are not doing, I want to be able to share with you who are not just in the way, but creating way for others. And the demographic that they chose to support in which they're coming out of is one in which is kind of taboo. People don't want to give the chance to. They kind of overlook, they kind of downplay, act as if there's no room for growth. So last week we had a brother come on from Charleston, Jay Scott, had his website, Kings of Hope, and he talked about coming from getting custody of his son, being a single father, starting a business, helping other brothers, having a team that which made it successful. So I only thought it fitting to keep following up these stories that not only it can happen in the area where they are, but it can be duplicated in your area. For you to have a resource, someone you could connect to, no matter what state you're in, that you could help also in some of these capacities that they're involved in. And so, to many who do not know, and for those who do, I want to introduce to you my brother, Lester Young, who is the founder of Path to Redemption, the owner of Integrity Pressure Washer, the husband of the Mrs. Felicia Young, and the babies out there. Hey, y'all, let me tell y'all, throw up some hearts, give us some claps, and let me introduce you to my brother Lester. He's gonna tell you a little bit about himself, and then we gonna get it in. What's up, Lester?
Blessings, sis. Blessings. What's good with you?
Hey, listen, I'm always super excited about those who in the struggle, so to speak, but could create a way, can keep a level head, and can make it happen to climb the ladder, and to make it look easy, knowing the pressure that they're under. So telling people who you are and why I'm so excited
Well,
about presenting you to the public.
of course, Mo, I would always say I appreciate you. From day one we met, you've always been 100 with me. You've been always been a genuine person, and I just wanted to just tell you that I really appreciate your support. A little bit about me. My name is Lester Young. I'm the founder, as she mentioned. I'm the founder of an organization called Path to Redemption. Path to Redemption is a nonprofit organization that I founded during my incarceration. At the age of 19 years old, I was sentenced to life in prison here in South Carolina. In that total, I served a total of 22 years before South Carolina Parole Board saw that I had changed. I was a changed person, and they gave me a second chance. But in that process, during those 22 years of my incarceration, this is where I call the magic took place, or the paradigm shift took place, when I started seeing value in who I was as a person, and understanding that I needed to change the trajectory of my life by making better choices. And this is why I began that work in finding out who I was, what my purpose was, and what my gift is, which brings me to this point where I'm at today. And I just, as we continue to go forward, I continue to share more.
Yes, awesome. So you heard one of the things you heard Lester speak about is that he served 22 years incarcerated in South Carolina. Talk about that transition from almost two decades of just kind of being away from um, society
Yeah.
and a structured organization to coming out and having to maneuver your way. That just talk about the transition piece of let's start from the mental capacity first. How was that mentally? Because I think, what year was it when you
I went to
When
prison
you,
in 1991. I came on 2014.
so in 91,
Mhm.
91, I was a freshman in high school. And you came out in what year?
In 2014.
In 2014. I was, oh man, 16 years in the Army by then, and went through a whole lifespan of things.
Mhm.
I don't think I didn't have a cell phone in high school. So you came out to maybe a beeper to a cell phone.
Yeah. I actually, that's what I always tell people. If you can imagine that, I went into prison with a Motorola beeper, and when I walked out of prison, they had internet, they had laptops, they had computers, they had iPhones, they had video phones, they had text messages, instant message, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of these things I did not have no knowledge of, when I went to prison. And now I'm walking back into a world that is made completely different. And with that, there's no preparation for walking into a world like that. For me, walking out of prison at the age of 41 years old, and have been deprived of all of these not these opportunities, but these new advanced in technology, it was definitely a great challenge to me. I remember the first time I walked out of prison and I went to a Popeye's Chicken in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And I remember I was overwhelmed by the menu, because in prison for 22 years, you know exactly what you're going to be fed every day in prison. Like right now, I can basically tell you what's on the menu today or what they're going to be serving tomorrow for breakfast. And I've been home 6 years. I can tell you basically what's in the prison canteen. So that just show you the state of mind that I was in. So when I stood in this line at Popeyes to order something to eat, I didn't know what to order. So my mentor, who was in the line before me, he made the order, and I'm standing there overwhelmed with the menu. And it took me a while, and I decided to say, hey, whatever he's eating, I'm going to eat, as long as there's no pork in it, right? And then the young lady gave me a cup, and you all know the soda machine. They have like 100 flavors of soda. So again, I'm used to just drinking bitter tea in prison or water. That's it. So here it is, I'm going to this machine and everything was touch dial. I didn't know how to operate this soda machine. And I remember standing there and almost panicked. And this young lady said, "Are you okay?" And I wanted to tell her, like, yo, I just got out of prison. Haven't been home a week yet. And here I am standing at this machine, don't know what buttons to push. And eventually I put it together, like, I have a cell phone that is touchscreen, so maybe this machine is touchscreen. So I just hit a button and some soda came out, Mo. And I'm gonna tell you, I didn't even like the soda, but I was so embarrassed. I felt embarrassed. I didn't know. I just went to the table and drank the soda, and I was like, yo, this is what it is. But that was just a challenge, the cultural shock that many people, when they walk out of prison, they encounter. But I always say it is the things that I did while I was in prison that allowed me to what I call ride that emotional wave of panic and anxiety, to allow me not to panic, but just know that there's an emotion, allow it to go through, and then I can make the adjustment. And that's exactly what I did.
Yes, most people can't even fathom not knowing what to do when they go to a soda dispenser, right?
Yeah.
It's every time I hear you talk about that, I be like, nah, but I told you, I have a cousin that just moved down here. And so I said, man, I got to go to the restaurant. We got to go to McDonald's. And then I say, we need to get something. I say, here's my card. Get what you need with. And he looked at me, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He looked at me like, he said, they don't take cash? Right? And I said, yeah, they take cash, but use the card. So he was like, so I had to think about it. I was like, oh, let me go with that with you.
Yeah.
So I rolled over there, and I kept him with the card though.
Mm-hmm.
And so he watching, and he said, so what do I do with it? It's like, okay, come on. Let me get you acclimated into this piece, Yeah.
It's a big challenge for people, like, when they walk out of prison. This is why I always say what Path to Redemption came and play a part in, and why I share my journey. Because most family members and individuals, when they're walking out of prison, they don't realize that things have been completely changed. And we celebrate a person, our loved one, that coming home, they made it home safely, but we don't realize the challenge, the cultural challenge that they're going to encounter walking out of prison. Prison culture does not prepare you for acclimation back into the society. Just like I was talking to one of my friends today, who came home from prison a couple of weeks ago, and it's a lot of stuff, a lot of trauma that he has to unpack in this process. He came home with an eye missing, the majority of his teeth out of his mouth. And it's because of the altercations he's had in prison that he now has a permanent scar, that he has an eye missing. And because of that trauma of being stabbed in prison, he now struggles with the anxiety and paranoia even after being out of prison, just walking out of prison for 20 years. So I always tell people that we celebrate our loved one when they come home, but there are a lot of physical scars. He has a physical scar. He has no eye, one of his eyes missing. But then some of us come home with an emotional scar that you can't see. And this is what we have to try to figure out, is how do we help them process that emotional scar so that they can move in a very productive, healthy way in their transition back into the community. So yeah, it's all about how do we help our people when they walk out of that punishment system. It's not a criminal justice system anymore, because there's no justice, in my opinion. I believe it's a punishment system. I understand you commit the crime, but there should be some rehabilitation. In the word corrections, it should be a rehabilitation in that process.
Man, you unpacking so much stuff in so many directions I'm gonna go in, but I'm gonna go into this direction here. So the transition, I know you are an author, and you wrote a book, and you go into the prisons and speak. And so the question is, that inspire you to write the information that you wrote in order to transition those who will be I guess in that stage of being released? Is that part of or was writing a book an opportunity for you to release in order to get to that next level of transitioning on?
Great question. My book was a personal journal, a journal that I in prison I kept journals from 1994 to 2014. So that means I have a total of 30 some odd journals that I've been taking, writing my story. Because in prison, I wasn't able to unpack my pain. I wasn't able to unpack my mental state, because in prison, I was a violent offender. I had a life sentence. I was young in prison, and most of them told me, say, just sit down, be quiet, and we'll get to you later. So my book was basically me writing out these different stages of my life, that I realized that as I was talking to other men inside of prison, that they were going through the same thing. So I started teaching this book while I was in prison over 15 years ago. So when I walked home, it was like my letter, like my letter to my brothers, like, this is the book that I've been teaching for 15 years. I'm not going to be physically there with you guys, but I would send you this letter to help you make these different adjustments in your life. So that's what my book was about. It's a letter to the men and women who are in prison to help you find redemption inside of a system that does not want to help you find redemption.
Wow. Now I know your book. I know that one of the things you talk about is one of the inspiring authors or autobiographies that you were inspired by, and so I want you to talk about it, because I've heard you mention it. I've heard several other brothers mention it, and I was speaking to a brother, I think maybe a week ago, and he's talking about going back and do community work. And I said, well, in my opinion, I'm not sure how to motivate men other than what women do, but I've heard brothers say this book inspires them and gave them some courage and some hope and some motivation. Tell us about that book.
I was to say, my book that I would say that shifted me was the autobiography of Malcolm X. Malik Al-Haj Shabazz. That book for that brother, to be in the rim of the ancestors, the lives that Malcolm X have changed with that one book written by Alex Haley in the prison system is, man, I get chills thinking about how many people have read that book and have shifted their whole way of thinking about their life, seeing hope and possibility in someone who was Detroit Red, who was a pimp and went into the prison, and they called him the Great Satan, and made that transition through educating, where he said that he was reading awakened him from a dormant state to be mentally alive. That's what Malcolm said, is reading awakened him from a dormant state to be mentally alive. And I remember read that quote, and I was sitting in prison like, Reading does that. Here it is. I'm a 19-year-old person who never read a book in his life, dropped out of high school, in there for drugs, selling drugs. And this person changed the world through, while he was in prison, Malcolm was the beacon of light of hope for many men that I believe until whenever this existence is over, that book will still be one of the #1 books that has transformed thousands of people's lives inside of that prison system. Not including on the outside. We're talking about inside of a prison system where 2.2 million people are at today. This one book has transformed many lives, giving you a glimpse of what leadership looks like, give you a glimpse of what it looks like to come into your community and transform your community from that particular state of mind. So yeah, absolutely.
So with that being said, reading is a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Man, so you got me. I'm just so excited. You know, one of the things that's plaguing our young boys right now is literacy. And so to hear, you know, school to prison pipeline, you know, one of our, we were going to connect our apprenticeship program with optometry. And one of the things the young lady said was that the reason a lot of, in particularly African-American boys, Black boys, whatever category people want to go under, have a lot of issues with literacy is because they couldn't see, because they needed glasses. And so the struggle with reading, and so to hear how powerful reading can change one's life, whether it's reading the autobiography of Malcolm X or reading your book or any piece of literature that would change their life, put them into a space and it's just them in the words, making it transparent, being able to imagine. So how big is imagination when you're in an institution situation? I know being military, being in combat, not being able to go left or right, confined to where you are, hostile situation all around you, imagination played a big part in survival. It was one thing to internalize your environment, and it was another to just almost pretend as if something different was going on. And an end goal was much more important than what you were dealing with. How big was imagination in the confinement of being institutionalized and once being out into where we are? And then I'm going to transition into the now and some of the things we got going on.
Yeah, I think, imagination for me, just to step back just a little bit, being introduced to reading. I had a homeboy that saw me walk into prison at 19 with a life sentence. And he told me, he said, man, you have two options. Either you can break free of this prison or you can be like this person. It was a guy in prison, had already done 10 years. He was just messed up in his head. He said, these are the two options. And I said, how do I break out? He said, you're going to break out through educating yourself, unlearning the bad behavior. And I was like, what do you mean? He says that you now have to start reading. So I hated reading. And remember, I was reading at a 7th grade level of education. But he forced me to read a book every day in prison, that this dude will come to my cell and punch me, beat me. I mean, he was bigger than me. I was like 120 pounds, 130 pounds in prison, but he saw that I had a life sentence, and he was like, yo, you can't die mentally in prison. And you have to only way you can escape it is through reading. And that's when you said imagination. When I started getting comfortable and developing a good habit of reading, I traveled around the world inside my prison cell that I was like, right now, like, I wish COVID wasn't here because I've been granted a pardon. I would be in Egypt. I want to go and touch the pyramids, right?
Yes.
I read about this part of that world for so many years because it allowed me, when I would lay in my bed, when things were going right, I would lay in my bed and meditate and see me in Mecca, Egypt, whatever part of that Middle East, I would see me there doing something, or on the beach, meditating. I would literally transport myself there, but it only came through reading. Reading allowed me, gave me that ability to say that your imagination, your mind has no limitation. The walls may confine you, but your mind has it's finite. It has no limit. And when I realized that, it allowed me to envision myself in places, but not only that, but it allowed me to envision myself being free, and once I was able to see myself free, it gave me a picture to begin to walk towards. So here it is, I'm sitting in prison, laying down, picturing myself in Egypt, picturing myself in Mecca, picturing myself sitting on a beach. That gave me an image that always I needed something to walk to. And that's how the mind works. You have to have an image, a visual, mental picture of who you are and what you want to be. And because I had that, I walked to it every day. And people would see me in prison like, why are you walking with an arm full of books and you got a life sentence? I said, man, I'm working towards my freedom. And they couldn't understand that. They could not understand that I saw value in prison. They said you're only allowed to have 10 books, which is crazy to me. That's like, you can have $200 worth of food in your room, but they only limit you to 10 books in prison. If you have over 10 books, they're now considered contraband. So I have, like, when people say, how many times you gotten in trouble? I said, I have a lot of contraband charges. And you would think that my contraband charges mean I had a knife, cell phone, but I had contraband charges because I had too many books in my room. Right? I had too many books because the books were a symbol of my freedom. It was my ability to imagine and see myself outside in this world where I'm sitting at today. I envision me sitting and being free, not behind the walls and dying in prison because I chose not to have an imagination.
Oh man, okay. And so out of the imagination, I forgot what the second part was about.
You saying that we're gonna talk about being free, what's happening now, but like I said, the imagination, I believe in manifestation. With imagination, there's a part of manifestation. And that's what I was able to do. Like when I was going up for parole, like years before I even went up for parole, I imagined and would literally close my eyes. I had the names of each member on the parole board. I would literally close my eyes and envision me speaking to each one of them and practice it repetitiously, that when I went in for my parole hearing my second time, guess what happened? They had no cameras. I could not physically see these people. They could see me. Mm-hmm. Do you understand this? They could not physically see me, because I practiced it for so long that when the lady told me, she said, Mr. Young, the camera is not working. You cannot see them, but they could see you. Do you want us to postpone it? I said, no. I said, I practiced this. So when I went in that room, I pictured them in this table, around this table, and I was engaging, that my father looked at me when I walked out. He said, boy, what the hell you done? Because my father never saw me in that element, you know what I'm saying? And when I walked out, I said, Dad, it's over with. I walked out of the door before they told me. I said, Dad, it's over with. And he said, how do you know? I said, Dad, it's over with. And about 5 minutes later, the lady came and said, Mr. Young, you're made parole. And because of going back again to what we talk about, the power of imagination and manifestation, setting your intentions, being clear on what it is what you want to do, and actually have a mental picture of it and practice it repetitiously, you will see what it will manifest. And that's exactly what I did. It manifested. And where I'm at today is because of everything I saw in prison, organization, everything we're doing, but not to take over too much.
Yes. And so into that, one of the manifestations birthed out of you, Path to Redemption. Yeah. Nonprofit organizations. Talk to us about Path to Redemption. What are you doing with Path to Redemptions? We'll start with the Path to Redemptions first.
Yeah, Path to Redemption was, I wrote this plan. One of my mentors who taught business, he ran a business in Virginia, and he would come home every weekend to North Carolina. But he came into the prison for several years as a Christian. He was just coming in like a Christian fellowship program or something like that. And I was like working on creating an entrepreneurship 101, teaching men, because I knew that there were several things that led me to prison. One of them, because I knew I'm a hustler, but I had the wrong product. I didn't read the right book. And until I remember reading a book on marketing, and I realized that as people going to school for marketing, I was like the best marketer of selling the wrong product, right? You know what I'm saying? And I made that connection. So once I made that connection, I saw that one of the core reasons why I made the decision I did selling drugs because of lack of education and business sense. So I started reading about business, and then from there I started teaching it. And my mentor, I met him coming into one of the Christian meetings, and I remember asking him, I said, hey man, I heard you run your business, you got this going on, etc. I said, would you be willing to come teach business with me? Help me be a mentor to me, but also allow me to teach it to other men. And he was like, yeah. And I told him my ideas, and I told him about the title, Path to Redemption. He said, once we work together, he said, I want you to write out your plans. He brought me all of the books on nonprofit, how to write out a mission statement, everything for a nonprofit. And he made me write this out 5 years before I came home. So I already had Path to Redemption was already being implemented in prison. Everything that I'm doing now, it's just on a bigger scale because I'm free. So when I walked out of prison 8 months later, I called, well, he talked to me like months before while I was home. And he said, have you gotten that business registered yet? I was like, no. And this is what he challenged me. He said, you done wrote this, you done talked this, you breathed this in prison. Now it's time to give birth to it while you're out. And that's when I registered nonprofit. And it's all about how do I help young boys stay out of that prisoner pipeline, but also help the men and the women who are coming home from prison acclimate back into the society. Because there's no programs out that are really led by people like myself who have the experience to help people with how does it feel to go to that soda machine and you could not hit the right button? How does it feel when you get that debit card and you don't know what to do? How you go to Walmart and all of the lines are self-serving lines and you don't know what button to hit. And now you're thinking about just leaving the grocery there and walking to the store. You feel like leaving out because you don't know. So you don't want to ask, your pride don't want you to ask. So you're just going to leave the grocery there and you're going to walk out of the store. So how do I help them make that adjustment? And it's called emotional intelligence. I base this for the 4 principles of emotional intelligence: understanding your triggers, understanding a level of empathy, self-mastery, self-awareness. These things, as I said, that you understand that it's not what happens to you emotionally, it's how you allow the emotion to pass through and then you make the adjustment. A lot of us make decisions based on emotions.
Yes. So you have this organization under 2 demographic of individuals, young boys, young men and women. Talk about the young men and being able to train the younger group and the adult. How being flexible and how you have to adjust.
Yeah, it's a major adjustment when you work with young boys from the age of 12 to 18 years old. It's a big adjustment. But one of the things that I always tie to what I call the grooming process. There's a thing that shapes a criminal thinking and creates a desensitize you from a certain activity. And these things, no matter where you from or what age bracket you in, most of these young people that I work with go through the similar grooming process, and that's what external influence, whether it's music, whether it's your peers, whether it's your environment, and the lack of positive role models. All of these things can shape a criminal thinking, and it actually lead you into being a scholar and whatever it is that you desire. So it's about helping them see the power in what they allow to come here, like the music, negativity, showing them that it's the mind. You control the mind doesn't control you. So how do we help them understand that? And that comes from what I call daily affirmations. Young people have to hear positive daily affirmations to reinforce this particular way of thinking. And that's part of removing that negative, what I call a lot of the music that a lot of these young kids listen to, that I listen to in a different era, but it's still promoting a culture of violence and destruction. So it's about helping them move from there and then understanding the value of friendship, understanding who's in your circle. But I say this too, Mo, one of the biggest challenges with that, when I work with the young boys and they are on that level and they walking out of these classrooms, and guess what? The parents will pull up. We get it, shorty, get it, shorty, get it, shorty, get it, shorty.
So bring you into the adult, teaching the adult. Like
so it's like, it's like everything you've done talked about, the parent will pull up and they'll flush it all out. So I realized that, it's it's a whole lot going on in our community, man, with it, because it is what it is. So when it's transition with adults, I think that it makes it a little easier with them because, again, they have that lived experience, they done experienced the pain, but it's again helping them make that mental adjustment and understanding again that the power of your mind and your daily affirmations determine your destination. What you tell yourself on a daily basis, what you expose yourself on a daily basis will determine your destination. So it's about helping them showing that, hey, all of your negative affirmation put you in prison. All your negative affirmations put you in this bad situation. Once you at least try for 40 days, create a new habit of waking up, looking yourself in the mirror and telling yourself positive affirmations on a daily basis. Change your music up for the next 40 days. Change up your environment. Go into an environment you discomfort and find someone that is positive that you can begin to model and emulate. Because in your community, or your household, it may not be a positive image. And that's how we begin that transformation for adults.
So what made you choose the 40 and not the 21?
Say again?
What made you choose the number 40 and not the number 21?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's just a level of comfort right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just a level of comfort.
I thought it's gonna come from somewhere else. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I like that number though. I like that number for a whole lot of reasons. Oh, what was I gonna say? Okay, so now one of the other dilemmas of coming out, because teaching new economic beginnings class reentry. I think I taught maybe 3 classes or so.
Yeah.
And I didn't get back on that. The one of the struggles was, and this is one of your achievement checkbox. One of the struggles was being ready to go into the workforce, and then that question that so plagues that background check.
Yeah.
Tell us how what did you do on the advocacy side in Columbia, South Carolina to assist and help with that transition, because that's a damper.
It is.
I dealt with the males and the females with it. And so the end result was, okay, I see what y'all are doing to our brothers and sisters. So let's just go create the way for them, which is the follow-up question to integrity pressure washing.
When most people don't realize that, again, when a person walk out of prison, he or she celebrates their freedom, families celebrate, but they don't realize that there's a thing called collateral consequences. And there's what is called 48,000, listen to me, 48,000 collateral consequences attached to a person felony conviction. And one of those collateral consequences or barriers in them moving back and living a productive life after incarceration is employment opportunities. Every company today have what they do background checks. And background checks immediately exclude you out of that pool of being employed. In spite of that, you may have the skill set, everything, they still do not give you an opportunity. When I came home from prison, there was an everyday ritual for me, 20 resumes a day sending to different companies, and never got a response. Again, and I realized it was because I checked the box, or I said I had a felony conviction. And I realized that this was the real thing. And from studying other states, individuals who are formerly incarcerated, they use their expertise, they use their voice, and influenced by Malcolm X as one of those people who came out and challenged the system, they began to challenge the system in different parts of the country around the municipalities hiring people with felony convictions, meaning the Ban the Box campaign. We find people here in South Carolina, I-26, I-20, even at the State House in South Carolina, in Columbia, you find people with brown or orange uniforms cleaning up, doing landscaping at these particular areas or on the highway. But when they walk out of prison, they can't even get a job with the city of Columbia, Irmo, Richmond, Orangeburg, et cetera, right? And that's crazy. So what I began doing with the organization Just Leadership is that we started advocating, came up with the campaign Ban the Box, and we started meeting with the municipalities, the city and the county councils, and start showing them that part of one's rehabilitation is employment. And when you deny them this, you put them back in a bad situation. And showing statistically, when people are hired, they have a greater chance at success versus not being hired. In the city of Columbia, I met with Mayor Benjamin several years ago, and we started talking, and he was already believing that the city of Columbia should be more inclusive, meaning hiring people who have felony convictions. And we finally got it passed, where the city of Columbia passed one of the first ordinance. And I tell people this, right? The ordinance, Mo, is not only saying that you can work for the city, but like one of your classes, you talk about like government contracts. If a person has a construction business and has a felony conviction, he or she can now go bid on a contract with the city of Columbia, and it would not be excluded because of their felony conviction. That's how huge Band of Boxers. Not saying that you can just be a worker, but even if you're a boss and you created your own business, another stream of income, you can now apply and put in for become a vendor for the city of Columbia, something that has never happened in South Carolina. No other city or county has actually passed it at that level where Mayor Benjamin has passed it, but we have Irma has passed the Band of Box, Richland County, Orangeburg, Aiken. We have over 5 counties and cities in South Carolina have passed it, but we need more. We need more private sectors to give people an opportunity in employment, because that is key. And not only employment, Mo, but when I said 48,000 collateral consequences, one of my brothers was calling me yesterday. He has a life sentence. He's on parole for life. And he has a wife and a young son. And he said, man, I applied for life insurance. Listen to me. He applied for life insurance and they denied him life insurance. Yeah. They denied him life insurance because he has a felony and he has and he's still on parole. They denied him life insurance. That's what I mean. 48,000 collateral consequences. People don't think that when your loved one come home from prison, like, oh, he or she's going to be great. There's so many barriers, so many invisible barriers. Employment is just one. We're talking about denying you. You have a family. You have a family. And you want to leave in the event that you die, you want to leave an inheritance through life insurance. And how people do pass on. They said, nah, you can't have life insurance. You can have medical insurance, but not life insurance, because you have a felony and you're still on parole.
Woo! Listen, hey, listen, if you're tuning in out there in social media world, make sure you hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit that bell, so when we go live, you guys can get the notification. We appreciate you all for tuning in. Hey, listen, Lester he's a powerhouse, as you can tell. Very, very articulate, but not only that when he speaks, he actually says something. No, he makes stuff happen. And with that, you heard him say he was serving a life sentences. He got granted parole. And now, as of a few months ago, one thing that does not plague him anymore is the fact that he is pardoned. Talk about that feeling. I remember the day, I remember the night before you posted it. I remember when I was like, yes.
That's going back again to one of your questions about the power of imagination and manifestation. When I walked home, before I walked out of prison, I wrote, and I wish I would have brought it, and I have it in my journal, but I wrote out a 10-year plan when I walked out of prison. This is why it's so important to create a vision, write the vision, and chase the vision. I wrote this vision that once I hit the 5-year mark, I knew that the only way that I could have some sense of freedom back is I needed to get a pardon. So I wrote that down, and when I came the fifth year, the day I had 5 years release on parole, I put in the paperwork. And because again doing the things that will show that you living a path to redemption after your incarceration put me in a better position to go before the pardon board here in South Carolina, and was granted a pardon for the first time on a murder charge. And a lot of people don't understand how huge that is. South Carolina only made a pardon maybe 4 people in whatever, maybe the last 20 years on a pardon for murder. You know what I'm saying? And I was granted a pardon on the first time. And that means that I no longer have to report. I don't have this on my back anymore. As I said, if we didn't have COVID, I would honestly be traveling from Mecca to Egypt for about 2 to 3 weeks. I'd have been walking around in that part of the world, right? And that's just the beauty that I have right now. But there's still a lot of fight with it, because, we have to educate more people about using this particular vehicle of pardon and expungement to get this stuff over their back. And it's only $100. A lot of people think it's very expensive. A pardon is only $100. So you've been home 5 years. Get it off your record so that you can do more things for your life. Even with this SBA, I know we're going to get into business, but even with the SBA loan, you got some people who will have felony convictions because they did not get it off. They've been home. You've been running a business for 10 years and never thought about a pardon or an expungement. And now some of those loans, you've been not able to get it because you have a felony conviction.
Yes, we right in the the track record to get to the part and, doing the work, making sure that, it's undeniable. Like you want to give me the part because of the work that I'm doing.
Exactly.
Into, you brought up business, so we'll go in. What inspired you to start Integrity Pressure Wash? I was like, as soon as you started, I was like, hey, my house need to be done.
I remember that. I'm gonna be honest with you. It started when I was in prison. I saw a dude spraying the concrete in one of the prisons I was at. And I remember going to the child hall, and I saw it, and it was like the concrete was dirty. And then I came back, it was clean. Like it was like, damn, what happened here? And I remember asking him, I was like, bro, what did you do with that? He was like, oh, I pressure. Why? I didn't know. Again, I was in prison. I never saw this. So it fascinated me. So I was like, man, what dorm you stay? He said, man, we in the same dorm. I said, what side you on? He said, man, the same side. I was like, man, when you come, man, I was like, bro, come to my room, man, let's chat. So he came to my room that night, and I started asking him all these questions about pressure washing, because as I was teaching entrepreneurship, I created a plan to say that whatever business you do, don't go beyond $1,000. Realistically, let's stay within that ball of starting a business, getting out of prison, your first 6 months to a year. Think about a business you can start with $500 to $1,000. So I found that a pressure washer was not really that expensive, and getting your LLC was not that expensive. So when I came, I remember that I had that in my back pocket. I didn't have another crime that when was being denied of employment that I was going to go back to hustling. I had my fallback was all I need to do is make a couple more dollars. I'm going to buy this pressure washer. I'm going to register this business, and I'm going to hustle like I never hustled this pressure washer, right? And whatever I need to know, I'm living in the era with technology. I started going to YouTube and learning, jumping into different groups, pressure washing groups, and learning how to upgrade equipment. And that's how it began. But it started from me having a conversation with a guy in prison. And I was like, bro, I'm gonna cook. I'll give you some food. You ain't gotta worry about going to the store. Bro, sit down and give me the rundown. And he just sat down and writing down all of the stuff, equipment that I needed. And I remember putting it in my journal, and I put it in my back pocket. When I walked out, I was like, I either going to start a pressure washing machine business, landscaping, or I was even looking, and that's something else I'm planning on doing later, is a vending machine business. Because all of these things, I remember reading books on all of this stuff, like what could I do, buy a vending machine, create passive income in the one way, doing this create multiple streams of income with less than a couple $1,000s, you can do it. And that's what I've been doing since I came up from prison, creating these multiple streams of income by all means, legally anyway.
Yes. And, thinking about these multiple streams of income, something I've gotten into lately that, that I haven't really exposed you to is investing.
I've been following you, like, really, like, I didn't expose you to, but I see you every day posting. So I know what you're doing, sis. Like, really? So we good with the money. I got you. But you're right. But to say this too, Mo, like one of the things that I studied while I was in prison and even made investments while I was in prison was stocks.
Yes.
I was working in the prison industry, and I studied what's the Duke Energy. Now I forgot Duke Energy was. I forgot they changed it. But I remember it was a $250 buy-in in Duke Energy, and I could actually cut a check from the prison and buy a couple of shares of stock. And every pay period, every time my family would send me money, I would send $50 to $100 to put into the stock portfolio. So I was building my stock portfolio before I walked out of prison. So as I said, I was studying financial literacy and understanding how to read the stocks to a point where I would watch the 6:30 news only to understanding now what the Dow Jones meant. Most people watch the news and see the Dow Jones is, or the bull market. People don't understand that. And I remember, again, I'm in an environment where people had some of this knowledge, and I started asking questions. So now I was able to get a USA Today's paper and see all of these different things, the money section, and understand what the tickers mean, and begin to circle 10 stocks and follow these stocks, and see it grow.
Yes.
So yeah,
you make me scream up here. I know Brother African Emporium in the chat somewhere probably going, wow.
I've learned in prison. I actually got my book that I studied. One of my first books on stocks I brought it home with me. I started studying stocks when I walked out of prison. So yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, yes, yes. With that being said, man, look, we could go on and on. I'll introduce you to my other brothers I have on here. You met Chris earlier. Chris, you got a question or anything you would like to ask Brother Lester? If anybody in the chat, I told you he was gonna go out in the chat. He's probably a little busy right now, otherwise he would have already jumped on. Go ahead, Chris.
No, because I follow Brother Lester. I see what he does. And I think it's absolutely amazing what he does. And I wish, more people, would follow this brother and follow his journey and, listen to what he has to say because it's so empowering. The stage is set for him. That's what I would say.
Yes. And so Lester's website is pathtoredemption.com.
Yeah, pathtoredemption.org.
I'm gonna put it in the chat in a few minutes. But I also have so Chris is out of Texas, and in Houston, and then I have another brother from California who's I've met within this recent year. We call him Sonny. What's up, Sonny?
Boom, 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 boom. You know it's me. Hey, how you doing, brother?
Blessings, bro. What's up?
Peace to the channel. Peace to the panel. I guess the only question I would actually have is do you have a team already, like within your city?
And I've been able to build like with my brothers who I've been mentoring and working with in prison that have now been released from prison. And the same things that we were learning in prison, and we just been able to take it to another level when it comes down to business. Like one of my brothers now, man, he just got an LLC called Legacy, where he's now working towards now collectively building and buying real estate. Something that he studied while he was in prison. We talking about brothers who have started from nothing to now building their own business and partnering up with that. Yeah, so it's a variety of different brothers in my circle that we continue to build and continue to add value to each other.
Okay, because I was going to ask as far as like building your circle as far as the people that you do deal with, is there any family or friends that's included in it? And when you first got out, was it hard to get family and friends to jump on board with what your ideas were?
Nah, I mean, no, because like I said, I met my wife while I was in prison. Me and my wife like communicated for like 7 years in prison. So when I walked out of prison, she already had an idea, and she was the one that made the first investment as far as buying me the books and helping me build the blueprint before I even walked out of the door. So when I walked out, the stage was set. When it came down to how do I build my credit, we was already in that process of building credit. So my family, my immediate family, they already knew what I was about. And they was just wanting to see if I was going to walk it out. And they supported me every step of the way from there. But like I said, I give shots out to my wife, who, as I said, she built the stage, bro. When I walked out, I already had a credit score. It put me in a position, going back again to my journal, I was in a position that I wrote in my journal, I want to be a homeowner in 2 years. So we did everything that it needed to be to put me in a position to buy my first house in 2 years with no one co-signing for me.
That's a blessing, man. That is a blessing, man. I'm proud of this brother. I love this brother's story. Man, follow him, y'all, please.
Yeah.
This is fire, for real, for real. I'm happy for you, man.
I appreciate it, brother.
Really
Thanks.
love it. Yeah. It's really motivation, because when I first heard you, when I heard you telling your story, I was like, dang, this is something similar to what I went through. Mm-hmm. And so when I jumped on and started hearing you more, I was like, dang, I really need to ask him just a few questions. I didn't want to bombard you with everything, but yeah, I appreciate it, man.
No problem, brother. Be blessed, man.
And Mo, you didn't know Lester was on the stocks? How you didn't know that, Mo?
Man, I studied that joint, man, like for years religiously, man. We had stock groups in prison. Like I had a group of brothers that we would go into the day room in prison and we would study stocks. Each one of us would get 10 stocks a month, and we would follow that stocks. I remember when Ford, the industry, the motor industry, the car industry dropped.
Yeah,
it was down like $4, $6. I remember one brother picked that stock, man, and he saw that stock go all the way up from Exxon. You remember when the Exxon that joined in New Orleans?
Right.
Yeah, it exploded. Mark, can you?
Yeah.
When Exxon, these are the stocks that we would study, and everybody like panicked with Exxon, and we followed Exxon when they dropped down to like $20, and now where's Exxon? I don't even know where it's at anymore. From Pfizer, right now we have the vaccine where Pfizer is now doing the vaccine. Man, it was one of my brothers made an investment while in prison with Pfizer years ago that he's still eating from the dividends from that. So we would even learn about how to even buy the stock and find the dividends, you know, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Walmart, finding these where you get a dividend, but also finding certain stocks that you can see the potential and growth in. So for years, man, that's all we would do. We would sit there and study stocks. I remember walking into a Tyson Foods where I first got employed, an opportunity. And how I got this job is that I already studied this company and I knew what their stock value was. I had everything that I needed to know about this company. So this was me and this guy was talking to human resource manager. I knew I had a felony conviction. I was already at a disadvantage. But when I went in and started talking to him about how the merging of Hillshire Farms and Tyson in different parts and started talking about the value of the stock, he's like, man, you hired. He said, you the only person came in here talking about it. I came in there I went in asking about your stock benefit for your employees. Like if I get a job here, what's going to be the stock benefit for me? And they was like, yo, we match your stock. You buy one, we buy one. I was like, man, I want to buy 10 of those things. And I didn't do a savings account for 2 years. I put it all in the stock market. I didn't go because of the interest rate.
Yeah.
The stock market, I had a greater value, a greater return there versus putting $100 in Wells Fargo, whatever bank, and getting $102 back after 10 years. I was looking at compound interest, and the stock was the best. When they matched it, I killed it. That's what put me in a position to buy my house and also open my businesses up.
Powerful, brother. Powerful. Y'all, do y'all hear this, man? Do y'all hear this, man? That's what. Hey, he gonna have to start being on the show all the time, Mo, because he been getting it. You can tell he been getting it for a minute. Yeah, because he talk about dividends, and we all know how important.
Where Andre at? Andre would have went wild right there.
Yeah.
It's real, man. It's real.
That's powerful. Yeah.
A lot of guys who've been working at 10 years at this company that they did not see the value in the stock market. The Tyson was giving you matching your stock. Like that's a very rare thing. And it splits them whenever a split take place, you get that. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of this company. So that's why I'm going to be to work today, because even if I got to share that company, I own this, I get the stock report. They're going to send that to the shareholders. I'm a shareholder.
Right. Exactly. That's funny because I read an article maybe about a week ago about a guy. He had left. He used to work at Home Depot, and he was buying. He was buying shares basically every month. So he had quit, and then I think he forgot about it. And his wife told him to check his account, his investment account. Man, he made over like $100,000 from that. Just by, buying shares in the company while he worked there.
I was just having a conversation with my stepson about that because he actually works the Home Depot. And I told him the same. I was like, I pulled up the stock market. Pulled up the shares for Home Depot. I think it was like $256. I'm like, whatever you do, put $256 up and buy a share in this company. Like, because of what it's doing. You know what I'm saying? Every month, put $256 in there to keep buying. If they're gonna match you, why not buy? Why not buy? Instead of one, you're getting two. You know what I mean? It's like a best savings account. So I was like, at the end of the year, you would see the value of that money have grown more in the stock market versus a savings account. And not only that, but then Home Depot is not going to drop no time soon. The value of it and what they're doing. Come on, man. It's one of those. I'm be honest, which is like one of those safe bets right now versus a lot of other stocks. But that's a pretty safe bet right now. You know what I mean? Not to go too deep, and it's just consistency with that I told him that you come out better putting that in the stock market versus a savings account, because again, you're not going to get anything, the interest rate on that money.
Absolutely. Mo, what you got to say?
Listen, one thing is for sure. One thing is for sure is that my circle is always winning.
Facts. Yes, absolutely.
This was
there's a whole bunch of folks who out here in the social media world, and they're talking about everything that that guys is not doing. They downplaying men left and right. And I had gotten into this conversation with some brothers, and I said, listen, man, I love my brothers. I don't know what y'all talking about. I try to make me out the bad person. As a matter of fact, hold on, I got something for you, because I'm gonna show you the men that I know that's doing, not only just doing it, but also they are supporting and they're helping others. And that's key. That's important, because too many rise to success and they don't share. And so therefore we stay stuck in from our situation. And what I truly love about Brother Lester is the fact that they did not wait until they came back in on the economy, as we would say in the military. They didn't wait until they came into the economy. They prepared prior to, so that once they came out, all they had to walk in it. And my most exciting point that you said tonight was that, and I asked this to some brothers before, will you work with the sisters if the sisters get more favor? We know we just had a new election.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff that's coming out favors sisters, right?
Yeah.
Will you leverage your sisters? Will you work with them? And so one of the things Lester said was that not only, I'm gonna get on the soapbox of my sister, Felicia, not only did she make sure she worked with her husband, she prepared it for him, with him, so when he came out, credit was not an issue. Yeah. All he had to do was get out, execute what he said he was gonna do. Boom, I got you. The support is there and done. Oh, I'm too excited. I don't even know what else to ask. I'm done.
Push the bomb button. Push the bomb button.
Boom, boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom,
man.
boom.
I mean, I'm in for, yeah. And that's what, again, we talk about when individuals come home. I always tell brothers, select your mate, like select your friends, be very selective, and don't get caught up in a lot of stuff. And I said I'm winning as a result of having a partner that believes in me. And I'm talking about believing in me when I was invisible to the world. The person that she saw, I mean, you guys have seen how she saw that 7 years ago in darkness. You see what I'm saying? So her belief in me was the thing that put me in a position. Like everything that I've done, she was like, yo, you don't need a cosigner. Your credit score is at this level. Go get you a car, go get whatever you need. You have that. I'm going to show you how to build this account. And I've been dealing with illegal money for a long time. I sold drugs, so I didn't know nothing about bank accounts. My thing was in a brown bag under the mattress somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So just having that support, just to point that out, having support of a mate who believe in you and believe in you before you became visible to the world. I mean, it compliments me. And it makes things easier for me because I didn't really have to come out struggling with it. So I'm forever indebted to that system, man. That's my...
Listen, hey, in the show is over.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride until the wheels drop, Mo. This is what it is, man. Rock it all the way out. She know that, I know that. So you can't turn your back from somebody like that. You know what I mean? So we work in the building team. We got our daughter right now. And like I said, going back out in business during COVID, she started two things. She started her Young Solution, where she designed websites. She's getting into property management. I mean, she's doing a lot of own things, working in her own space now, to creating another stream of income for the family. So not only I'm hustling, she's seeing now like, oh, bro, I done built you. You got this going. Now let me go and begin building mine. So she started Young Solution, where she taught herself how to design websites. She's done over like 8 websites now, and she's still working on it. Pushed it. She got a property management certification now. She passed the test with that. So we're going to put all of that under the Young Solution, where and a coach. She's now a certified life coach, where she helped women who are dealing with men in relationships, helping them process and prepare them men for prison. So we're creating not just passive income, but we're building a legacy for our daughter. And I think that's an important thing for families to think about as you're moving forward, especially men who are coming up from prison. It's not about running the streets no more. It's about, how do I leave something of value, that the day I leave this earth, what value, what fingerprint or footprint I'm going to leave on this earth. And that's the thing that motivates me every day.
Man, listen, we have to have a family part too. The brother and the sister. Show y'all how that gets down. Like, right before the year end, give me a Wednesday. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, that'll be dope. To get we always got to have our sisters in the building. Yeah. They're very important to our success. as Mo is to us and everybody she encounters. We love it when it's the team, you know what I mean? So bless us with all this wisdom and knowledge and, you know, success, you know, because we need it right now, especially during this time. We definitely need it.
Great.
So I told my brother I would only hold him for an hour because I know he got definitely. I got you 5 minutes over. 5 minutes over. That's all.
That's fine. I appreciate you, Mo, for this opportunity, man. Much love to you. And I will say before I go, if anyone, you can go to my website. What my goal is for the end of this year, if you guys can help me out, I want to donate 50 books to a prison called Kershaw. Where this is a re-entry program. Kershaw is a prison where I actually was paroled at. I taught this book that I wrote called The 5 Stages of Incarceration. Some individuals reached out to me, said they want to start a mentoring program there, and they want to use my book as that curriculum or the guide. And I need 50 books. So if you guys can go to my website, pathredemption.org, and make a donation, and you just hit the donation button and say you want to send books to the prisons, that would be a great help to just send some books to help these brothers at this particular prison prepare. 50 books may save, that 50 books will multiply hundreds of men because they're going to get it and they're going to share it. And that one book is circulated in that prison over 10 times. So with that being said, I would greatly appreciate if you guys could make a donation to that by going to pathredemption.org and making a donation. Just hit the donation button and the books will be sent to the prisons by the end of this year. Appreciate you.
You know I got you, bro. You come pick your check up from me on Friday. I'll be on Gordon there. You know how we get down.
I got you, sis. I already know.
You already know. I got you. Cover a couple books. I have a minute covers and we'll get down. So again, I appreciate you. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be splitting off the videos that I do with the brothers so that if you guys want to share them, I'll put them on my YouTube page. I'll get it to you. So I can edit it, duplicate it, edit it so that you all would be able to share it out because it's just powerful info. And again, let the missus know I definitely want to have a part 2 with her right before the end of the year. So the reason is because, and I said this last point is very important because the president-elect chose a female VP. There's a lot of conversation in reference to men and women working together. There's a lot of conversation out there in the cyber world. I don't lack that. What you just said in this last 10 minutes that dispelled all of that. And so to hear both together and how important, and to hear her side and how easy she made it, right? To help and do. I need that story. I need that story because I know what's being communicated, and that can probably help some people who are having that struggle right now with their wife, with their sister, or with a business partner, or just breaking the boundary of working with just men and bringing that sister along. Or it doesn't have to be relationship related. It just be business in general. I think one brother, you jumped on because you had a question, Aaron?
Oh, no.
Okay. So you just want
My bad, excuse me.
Oh, no
Angie
problem.
was the one that asked me to come over here. I humbly apologize.
Right. No. Stay. That means stop. I just want to make sure because I'm that brother. Let's go. So I truly appreciate you more days than one. You always come to my rescue, whether it's on the ground, presentation wise, or it is on cyberspace. And so definitely, I was supposed to have an event before the end of the year on business. I'm not sure if I'm gonna hit it in the year, but I have to hit it in January. If not, because of the team that I'm bringing together that I want to do on Synetta's show with a much broader audience to facilitate that information you guys have. So I already know all I gotta do is hit you up and you in there, and you always my groundbreaking motivator. Thank you. Thanks, Felicia, for letting us have him for at least an hour. Much love, bro. Mumu. Where Mumu? Mumu came in here. I don't know. Mumu had a question for you. Mumu, you had a question for Lester before you jump out?
All right, sure, baby. Nah.
Hey, what's up? I get into it. What's up, Mumu?
I wanted to just shout out the man, let him know. His story is magnificent and dynamic, and coming from similar places and similar paths. I've seen brothers that have definitely fell off and turned for the worse and this and that. And so to see a brother and hear his story and see a success is nothing but, first of all, like admiration and love, and that's definitely inspiration. So I'm gonna get his book, and you know, he definitely even, you know, he inspired me tonight to grind even harder. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to get a brother some love.
Man, that's awesome. You know, I like I said, I kicked off the last Wednesday with showing love to the brothers due to some of the conversations I heard on YouTube and the show that, hey, there's some brothers that's making it happen because it's necessary, right? They're not doing it because, you know, somebody told them or they trying to, you know, impress somebody, but it's necessary and based off of a lot of the dilemmas that they have, these obstacles that are in the way, but they making it happen. And these are programs that could be duplicated in your area to say whatever you have in you, the know-hows, the processes that you've gone through, the things that you know to do, put that in writing. Create a program, as you so elegantly heard Lester say he do, and as I talked about in the last 11, 12 weeks about putting a program together, making it accessible and available, because nobody can really put that down the way you can with your experience, because you know what? It works. What's up, Sonny?
Nothing.
So what I would, the reason I popped in,
Go ahead, Miss Aaron. Go ahead.
the reason I popped in, Angie had me, and I just got out a month and a half ago. And yeah, I was in San Quentin for the last 10 years of a 26-year sentence. And she said, you need to get in on this because they're talking about people pre-planning before you leave prison to be successful when you get out, right? And so we just happened to be fortunate enough up at San Quentin where we had a basketball program where they filmed the movie Cue Ball that's streaming on Netflix right now. KD and Draymond came in a few years ago and saw the program and then stepped up and said, well, we're going to make a film about it. And I happen to be the play-by-play announcer for that movie. So what I did was after the movie went out and it started getting a lot of popularity and I seen I was getting ready to come home, I sat down, I took a notebook and I wrote down all of the email addresses for all of the hookups that I made while I was inside of prison. For everybody that I met when I was because I was the sports editor for the San Quentin News as well. So everybody I met, I got their email, right? I got their email address, I got their telephone numbers. And then when I got released, because we had a COVID lockdown up there, I had to spend 2 weeks in a motel room by myself. So I couldn't get out and run to a woman. That wasn't happening.
Right.
So in other words, I bought me 2 telephones and I started going to work and making my contacts work. So after that 2-week COVID lockdown was over with, now I'm in a position where I got hired by the Venice Basketball League to do play-by-play for their games. I was contacted by the American Basketball Association, hopefully to do their All-Star game in December. And I'm also looking at getting a tryout with the Santa Cruz Warriors, not to big myself up, but more on the planning stage. You have to make sure that you have a plan while you're locked up. And there's brothers who locked up who's going to see this show because I had a phone for the last 10 years. It's definitely phones in there. We ain't going to play games with this.
Right.
But you have to have a plan. You have to make sure that you strategize what you want to do so you don't be a burden to your family. And you don't want to feel like a burden to your family either. So if you strategize, put yourself a plan together, plan A through G. And if something doesn't work in A, you move over to plan B, put that piece up in there. But just like the brother that came on was talking about the stocks and bonds, that's a long-term plan.
Absolutely.
And all you street hustlers.
Mr. Aaron,
Yeah, for real.
so you know I got to do a Wednesday with you, right?
Gotta go. Okay, that's
No,
all right.
no.
I'll come back. Maybe I'll get invited for another time.
No, do it right now. Do it right now.
No, I don't have to. No. You ain't gotta go. But you know, I want all the essence. But you can say whatever you need to say right now. I'm just saying before you cut out on me. I want to make sure I have your exclusive. 1 hour of every.
Well, I was mainly the principles though.
Keep on.
Yeah, it's those principles, the principles that the brother laid out. Pre-plan, study, make sure you have a path forward, and make sure you have a backup plan to the backup plan and another backup plan. Never give up. The same intensity that you use street hustling or whether you was a robber, whatever it was, flip all that negative into positive energy and lay out a plan for yourself and leave something for those who are coming up behind you. That's really the main point. And you're never too old. I just turned 55 2 weeks ago. I'm looking at a 20-year career in broadcasting.
That's nice, brother.
Megan, you hit that.
Congratulations.
Man, congrats, big bro. Congrats, man.
Hey, my
Yeah.
audio just messed up and I can barely hear. I think that's Sunny down there.
Oh yeah. No,
No,
you
my
could barely
bad.
hear. We
My
always
bad.
talking
I'm
at the
just,
same
Hold on, I'm
time.
finna put my ear to
I'm
the phone so I
excited.
can hear.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
this
Sonny.
might be the best show we had.
Over here, like, dang, this is fire right here.
Go ahead, Sonny.
You didn't hear him?
No, it was my bad. I was excited. When I was hearing it, I was just like, damn, this is fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely one of our best shows tonight. We definitely appreciate this, man. Keep going, please.
Yeah, I'm over here sharing it at the same time too.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what's up.
Mr. Aaron. Anything else you'd like to share with the audience? I mean, you were doing play-by-play broadcast. Man, I'm a basketball fan. I love basketball.
No, you can't hoop, man.
Man, let me show you that. Look at that. Let's see that.
Well, we have women that play in the Venice Basketball League. You have to have a woman on the team.
Bam!
Points of the up to 15 that they play. But my interest in play-by-play broadcasting goes back to me growing up listening to Chick Hearn here in LA, where I'm from.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And so when I got locked up in 1994, by the time I made it to the state prison system, I used to just go out to the basketball courts and just do play-by-play, project my voice and have everybody interested. And by the time I made it to a level 3, what happened was a lot of violence stopped on the yard because people are coming around listening to the play-by-play and watching the game. Right. And I started getting certificates from wardens and captains and stuff. When I get to San Quentin, one of my friends tell me, hey, man, Bob Myers from the Golden State Warriors comes up here. I said, man,
Wow.
stop playing, man. Ain't no pro GMs coming up. He said, bruh, Bob Myers comes up here. Well, now me and Bob Myers and Kurt Lacob and Kemp Lacob, them is my dudes now, We've sat on a sports and social justice forum in December 2017 with Dr. Harry Edwards that was hosted by Van Jones up at San Quentin State Prison. Again, sports and social justice is also linked principally to what the brother was talking about when we're talking about planning for the future. How do we want to approach these things? Those principles that he laid out run across the gamut of everything that we deal with as Black folks in America. They run the gamut. All we have to do is elevate above the emotional aspect and tie into the principle. And that principle will guide us through every aspect of our lives. I was juiced when I'm sitting there listening to him. I'm like, man, this dude is on point right here. People talk about woke. He's woke. Everybody else is just talking about their feelings. This brother's woke because he's talking about a principle that's applicable to everything that goes on in our life. And unfortunately, I had to go spend 26 years in prison and study, right, and get really into what knowledge of self is, not just from a historical perspective, but being up late at night during the worship process when the sun goes down and it's quiet. And you can turn the volume down in your mind. And then you really tap into yourself, right? You turn that monkey that's running around with the hammer in your brain and get him out the way. And then you could tap into something. And that brother was tapped into principles. So when I'm listening to him, I'm hearing social, educational, financial, economical, judicial, right? Sexual, relationship-wise principles that apply across the board.
Absolutely.
So he got me juiced up. And when I do my play-by-play, I talk about this stuff for the woke people that listen. They'll catch it every now and then be like, oh, look, he said it.
That's dope,
He on point.
Yeah. But
I in your Facebook Messenger file, I left a link to one of the documentaries that they just made on me when I got out. And as far as Cue Ball goes, it's trending on Netflix still, and it's on ESPN Plus. And you can see myself and Harry A.T.L. Smith, Anthony Ammons, Alan McIntosh, Tevin Fournette. It's a whole basketball program up there that was geared on teaching brothers about self-accountability, self-responsibility while we're playing basketball at the same time. And we was kicking their ass. Yeah. And we kicked their ass. We was down three games to 4. But we was on them. We was catching up to them.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. I'm glad you on here tonight. You and Brother Lester, man. That's some powerful stuff.
Well, and that's the brother Sonny that just said that.
That's Chris.
Chris, how you do? That's Logic, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, I can barely hear, but again, Angie said come, and sometimes, It might not be exactly the way we want it, but it's exactly what we need when the time is due for it. And the powerful part about it is the message that I'm bringing, even in my documentary. You have to give a person the opportunity to show that they're rehabilitated rather than put impediments in their way to show that they're still a criminal.
Yes.
If you invest
Absolutely.
in people, not prisons, right, then you have an individual like me. When I was first arrested in 94, I came in with 2 attempted murders, 2 kidnaps, 12 counts of armed robbery, attempted robbery, ex-con with a gun, and assault with a firearm. That was in 1994. I was a bad dude then, right? Straight up. My record speaks for itself. But going through the process of rehabilitation is something that an individual, each person has to step up and say, this is what I want to do because it's time for me to change. And then when that happens, they do have some programs that'll help, but you have to make the decision to do it first. You can't BS yourself. You have to be willing to do it. And so I came out with the message that I'm saying now that's being viewed as positive, but to me, it's like every brother need to be doing this. Every brother need to be stepping up. And you mentioned the sisters. I got a whole Facebook fan, if you want to talk about sisters, thousands that supported me while I was in there, from stepping into my DM and telling me, hey, stay focused. You know what I'm saying? Don't be getting angry. Keep going to those groups. We see you. We recognize you. We following you. To the sisters that knew I wasn't gay and would send me mani-pedi pics, you know what I'm saying? Because they knew I had a little fetish, you know what I'm saying? But nothing vulgar, you know what I'm saying? So sisters has always had our back. You know, I've sat up in there and I watched what happened to Stephon Clark. I watched what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. I watched Tamir Rice. I sat in there for 25 years watching that stuff. And every time you look up, it's sisters on the front line putting in work, you know, and if we don't respect them, in Arabic it's called and is the foundation word for everything. From you get Umia, which is a nation. Well, is the mother and is the womb, and everything comes from y'all. So we have to mandatorily protect y'all, respect y'all, stand up for y'all, and when needed, uplift y'all. That has to happen.
True story.
I think I'm gonna go on that one. That's the powerful message. I think it's time for me to leave. You disrespect Black women, you need your ass kicked.
Oh yeah, you're right. Where's the bomb?
Don't forgive me for cussing, but I had to put it there. And I'm gonna check out. I left my information in your messenger. And if you want to contact me, you can. If you want to bring me back for a specific show, or when I do more videos or whatever, I'll put the link up in there, because now that I have it, I can keep in contact with y'all. I didn't even know y'all had this show going on, but I'm finna tell a whole bunch of people about it.
I was just getting ready ask you that, brother, because I don't find too many people out this way that really be on YouTube or part of the community. So that's what one of the things I was going to ask you about, like, as far as how did you acquire this page, or do you look at stuff like this all the time? I was going to ask you about that too.
I'm gonna leave my telephone number in Monica's
okay, in my box.
In your DM.
Sonny asked, because I know you didn't hear him. Sonny asked, he said he knows a lot of people out that way, because Sonny is out there in California as well, and that are not really YouTube or tune into these type of shows. He wanted to know, how did you get the information? Are you on these channels, or acclimated into some of these YouTube channels, or how did you get on the show? That's what he wanted to know.
Oh, okay. So we have a friend by the name of Angie Ert, and she's from New York City. She was one of the sisters that was involved in the Universal School of Thought group on Facebook, and I met her back in 2014. And she knows I'm out, you know, and I'm laying here across the couch relaxing, letting my voice rest. For Sunday, I did 8 hours of play-by-play, and she called me up on Instagram on the video. She said, "You got to go over here. You got to see this." What you talking about? She said, "This brother's over here talking about banking, and he's talking about the principles that we live by." All right, let me check this out, man. She, no, serious. I said, okay, I'm gonna go over there and check it out. Man, he showed up and showed out. I'm in the YouTube comment section. Hey, I'm right here. Wait a minute, I want to say something, because this brother's on point. You know what I'm saying? This the type of brother we need right here. Them principles, I'm gonna go back to him again. Those principles that he talked about, apply to every aspect of our life. There's not a principle that he spoke on that doesn't apply to everything that we do. Everything that we do, right? The way we think should be on those principles. Because what he was talking about was, and I like to call it mental fecundity, staying flexible in your thought pattern so you can apply whatever science you need to whatever situation is presented in front of you, right? And I was laying here, I jumped up. I was laying here relaxing. I jumped up and sat up. I'm like hella impressed because I'm like, it ain't too many brothers and sisters talking like what y'all talking about. So this was the show that I needed to come to at this time and get my little fat butt up and roll over, right? And say, hey, let me start talking. You know what I'm saying? Because these are the type of people I like to be around. They building. And them principles that he was talking about building, those are the principles that built the pyramids. Those are the principles that built civilization. Those are the principles that other people stole from us, imitated, retaught it to us in a remixed way to make us think that we wasn't nothing. And now they're coming back to us. Now we're getting those principles back. And you're doing it in the key way through the financial scheme, because financing is what's going to make all of us become equal.
True story.
Financing is going to make all of us become equal. I'm going to say it a third time. Financing is going to make us all equal, because once you start financing people's ideas and their ideals with an L on the end, now you start to see a movement take place. You start to see people like the Renaissance movement, the Harlem Renaissance. They say, well, it was about art and music. It wasn't just about art and music. It was about cooking. It was about haberdashery, talking about the way we dress. It was talking about gold and the minerals and whatnot. The principle applied across the board. So that's what we needed. And I needed to hear from him, and he activated it. And, you know, by the grace and mercy, I'm here saying it again. I don't know y'all personally. I know the name Monica Lamb from the Urban Table Group.
Yeah.
Right. The Urban Round Table. I know the name from in there because Angie put me in there. So I know the name there. Right. Mm-hmm. But we don't know each other. I'm just a dude who showed up on the Zoom call with a little gray on his chin and my mama's reading glasses because mine broke. But I can spit that when it's time to spit that. When you activate it, it's gonna come out. You know, that's right. And that brother activated it in a real way.
That's right. And I will connect you all.
Oh, and I do play-by-play for basketball.
Yeah. By the way.
We don't want to forget that. That's where my money come at. I get paid $200 a day to do that.
Yeah.
And looking to get a pay raise.
Let me get a dollar. Yes, indeed. Y'all got me super excited. I'm so super excited.
Okay, now I done ran my mouth enough for a half hour, and I really, really appreciate y'all having me on here. And I would absolutely love to come back and chill with y'all again on whatever format you want to talk about, right? You know, I'm just a brother in the ether like everybody else. You know, I'm an ethereal being that's trapped inside of a physical existence, and I'm just trying to get back to my God state. For those that understand what I just said.
Yes, sir. Speak your speech, brother.
I humbly appreciate y'all, you know, being patient with me during this time. Thank you for letting me on. My name is Aaron Showtime Taylor. I'm here with Monica Lamb, and I'm here with Sonny and Mac. And I know Logic, I saw that name on there, even though I didn't see the face. And hopefully y'all invite me back again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Let's keep it rising with that Ankh power.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, baby.
Absolutely.
Keep it rising on Ankh power.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. Listen, I appreciate you. And we definitely we're gonna keep in touch, and we definitely gonna make this happen. Or whatnot. Man, listen, y'all got me super excited. I'm overwhelmed.
Oh, it was the night to do this, huh, Mo?
Yes, you know, Chris.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a blessing.
Yes.
Hey, you know, it was two things he said to me that stood out. The first one was, you know, and both of them, when these brothers talk about reformation and transformation, and the fact that basically rehabilitation, that the fact that basically prison don't intend to rehabilitate you. Matter of fact, most of the people that go in come out worse than they come out worse than they did when they came in. So it's not a place that's meant for rehabilitation. But we know that in order for a society to even be greater, it would be best for society to rehabilitate because it's better for everybody, not just that individual person. So for,
Mhm.
for us as people, it's like that's why we got to be in positions of power, and that's why we got to get our money right because we know how to govern. These people know it too, but they just don't want to do it because it's simple. And every time you get a lot of us on here that understand that, and then you look at the fact like that's why I never been with the whole like, oh, just get money, and I don't celebrate people like that because at the end of the day, if it's just get money without the principles, then we basically gonna become our own enemy. We're gonna be the ones that turn into the people that's helping to oppress us. So for us, we gotta really take seriously like the brother was saying, creating a legacy and stuff like that, and being in positions of power and having the finances to self-govern and be in positions to govern, in general. So we don't keep continuing these cycles that can really be easily broken if we just apply ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
Shit.
appreciate you. And you just don't, I don't have no more words. Yeah,
I'm loving this.
listen,
Yeah.
it's been
This was dope. And
been
it's only been an hour? A little over an hour?
32 minutes.
Hey Mo, we didn't even get to the 6 hour mark.
We didn't get to the 6 hour mark at all. Listen, listen, y'all talk if y'all want to talk. I don't got nothing else to say. I don't know what to say.
I can't believe you never talked with Lester about what he knows about stocks. And for some reason, he said it before when we had a conversation. I think we had a show before or something like that. And he said something, maybe it was in a group like a couple years ago. But he just broke down, huh?
He could have.
Yeah, he just broke down why investing your money in companies and not putting it in a bank account can, change your world a little bit financially and, open up other things that you want to do. Because people think, oh, it's to get money. Money is a resource. Whatever ideas or passions that you have, you need the resources to bring that to life, whatever it is. And he was breaking down like how he applied for Tyson and what he knew about Tyson from the stock market that landed him that job. And not only that, it put some assets and equity, for his family up. He didn't just go in there just to, work the 9 to 5 just to survive. He went in there with an idea. Okay, I know about this company. They have a stock that I can invest in. Let me get that because this company performs well. Y'all do dividend payments and this and this. And you there for a reason. Your reason is you need to make money to take care of your family. But while I'm here, I'm gonna also invest in your company and get paid from that because my family, we need generational wealth, we need some assets, we need some equity. So we gotta start changing our thinking when we doing stuff like this. This is why I make videos about when you making your purchases, what I'm saying? You gotta really think like what you doing. Like you can't just give Nike and Gucci all your money and then have nothing to take back for yourself and your family. You got to be able to eat off that. You know what I'm saying? So his breakdown of that was just amazing. That just, was amazing to me to hear that because he went in there with a goal like, okay, I'm not just finna apply for a job. I'm finna, invest in your company as well because I read up on you. I did my due diligence.
Told him about their merger and everything.
Yeah. So, we just gotta, do a little shift, when we consuming and, being a consumer, we gotta start thinking like being a shareholder. Well, I'm not just gonna shop at Nike just to be shopping at Nike because I like it. Well, if I like it, then I should invest into it on a bigger level. You know, I can't spend $200, $300 every time I go to Foot Locker or Nike or, you know, anywhere in the mall, Lululemons or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I got to start putting some of that money into the company, you know, seeing that it'll bring me a return every month. I can open up my investment account and be like, oh, look, you know, my money is doing well because it's sitting in the bank account. All you're going to do is it's just going to keep getting smaller every month. Or you just going to replace it with, you know, another check money. It's just going to get smaller every month. We got to change it. So I got a documentary that I'm gonna put on my channel, and I'm gonna share with the group on, you know, this type of rat race we in when it comes to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? We get jobs to pay for liabilities, and we never really get ahead. So, you know, Brother Lester broke down something beautiful, and that other brother, same thing. It's just simple stuff that we just need to change. I'm not saying you can't shop, you know, for stuff that you like. By all means, buy what you like, but, you know, take it up in your intelligence. Don't spend all your money with these companies and, you know, you ain't got no say so over what they do because they have voter calls for shareholders. You can hop on a call and voice your opinion if you got that much clout. So, you know, become shareholders and not just consumers. And, you know, once we make that shift, you know, we can maneuver a bit more. We'll have more, you know, better spending power that, you know, people assume we have. You know, seeing kids invest in stocks and stuff like that, that needs to become a wave. You know, being scientists and things like of that sort. We need to kind of change the paradigm a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having everybody be an athlete or, you know, trying to be a rapper or a dancer, you know what I'm saying? Start teaching these kids how to, you know, manage their money with these different platforms and applications. And, you know, because they're not going to teach them in school. So we have to teach them at home this. You know, we got to have knowledge of self. We got to have knowledge of our personal economy. We got to know where we live. We got to understand how the system works. You know, a bank account is never going to bring you the returns that you need. So the stock market, you got Forex, you got crypto, you got people making millions of dollars off these different investment opportunities. And, you know, we can't just, you know, keep going to the mall or to the club blowing all our money and then asking these people to give us money at the same time. It just don't make sense. So that's my spiel.
Hey, you know, Chris, and you know,
Yeah.
I've been talking to you about, you know, the plan I got for my son.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Bro, this shit done had me, my bad. This stuff done had me on a whole nother level, man. Like, I feel like a whole new man ever since really just putting all this stuff together. Because
Yeah.
listen, I got like, you know, XRP went up. I'm gonna just say this.
Yep.
I had thousands of shares, I got thousands of shares of XRP. So I ain't gonna put my business out there, but you know I had a good weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, already, bro. Yeah.
But dig this. This was crazy to me. Like I started that account right for my son who's only 2 months right now.
Right.
I started an account for him for $500 worth of stocks in companies that pay dividends.
Yeah.
Now, me myself, I already got like, you know, a couple grand on my accounts. So I said, you know what? Forget that $500 account I started for my son. I'm gonna just leave all the mines right now, the thousands of shares I got for him. I'm not gonna touch them no more. I'm gonna just start over with my investments and everything I'm sitting on right now. I'm gonna just leave that for my son and still build on it, bro.
Right.
By the most moderate accounts as far as like projections, by the most moderate projections of my stocks that I'm leaving for him, he gonna have over $1 million by the time he graduate high school, bro.
That's it. See, I love hearing that. That makes me excited. This man is taking his money and putting it up for his kid, his child, man, or the children that come after. This is what this is about. And see him making that projection that he got by the time he graduates with $1 million, and who knows who's to say inflation could be, it could be 5 million by then. But the simple fact is we gotta, look at this differently because we like to give our kids financial aid and student loan. Well, his son is going to be in a position where he don't even have to go to school, and if he wants to, he got the option just to pay it out of pocket instead of getting student loans and being in debt for 10 to 20 years, and you got to find a good job to pay it back. This is the prime example of why we need to invest. One of the reasons. So we can be ahead, man. So we can be ahead because we play the rat race. Our parents, they didn't invest like we are now. We understand they did the best they could with the knowledge they had. We got the knowledge now to get ahead. So this information, the brother Mumu, I love this brother. I know this brother. That brother, he took the information and he started applying it. Now, when his son grows up and his son gets married and has children, just watch how that multiplies. If we keep teaching our children and other people to do that same method, just think what will happen. We can build our own African American, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We can have our own infrastructure. You got to build your infrastructure, your personal infrastructure. Get rid of the liabilities. Stop living beyond your means. You know what I'm saying? We spend our money the wrong ways. You know what I'm saying? People want to go and get a Benz while they're in college, and you don't have no scholarships paying off of your school. You getting student loans. This makes no sense, family. At least if you're gonna do that, put your money into these different markets. Learn how to invest. Learn how to day trade, whether it's forex or cryptocurrency or commodities or whatever. Learn how to put that money in there and let it work. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to live off a job unless you surgeon or something like that. But even then, you still putting yourself in more debt. We have to stop putting ourselves in debt. Invest early. Teach your kids about money management. Teach them what's the difference between an investment account and a bank account. Your brother is showing proof here with cryptocurrency and his own personal investments, how that can put his family ahead 10 to 20 years. We have to do that consistently. You go to church every weekend or every Sunday or Wednesday or whenever y'all go to church, or you go to work every day, you have to start implementing that type of behavior and patterns and repetitiveness into your personal economy, your personal finances. So when we do that, you can put up an emergency fund. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about your car breaking down and you got to wait to the next check, to pay for it. Or, then you got to catch the bus. Just all of these different stuffs that we go through life, can be avoided if we money budget, have a good money management system, invest, learn how to trade, learn a new skill and these different type of securities and, asset classes where we can capitalize off of. The stock market is going to boom whether we here or whether we not. Where people think America falls or not, the stock market going to be booming. It's going to be moving. It's going to be here. The foreign exchange market is going to be here. Cryptocurrency is going to be here. They may try to regulate it, but you can still make your money. Do what you need to do. $10 a day, it don't matter. Mo had a goal at one time where it was $20 a day. And what you making now, Mo? You ain't got to be personal with your stuff, but
probably about 100 to 200 a day.
Simple, y'all. Simple. You know what I'm saying? You can still work your 9 to 5 and do this too. So don't think you got to quit your job and make this your supplemental income. Personal income or whatever. But stuff like we teach or methods that we teach, you can practice if you really want to be serious about grabbing hold of your life and moving forward.
Last night.
Right. It's really simple, y'all. You make time for what your interest is in. So if all you want to do is watch sports, and you comfortable with living a 9 to 5 and not having extra money and all this other stuff, cool, you can do that. We're not judging you. But what we are saying, when stuff happens like what we're in now, like a pandemic, a lot of unemployed people, and they waiting on a stimulus check, they waiting on extra unemployment benefits. You wouldn't have to worry about that if you would just learn a new skill.
What's up, Brother African Emporium?
I'm glad Obo here. So, Moo, I love you, brother. I'm glad that you did that for your family. I can't wait to see, when he grows up and, what succoms with that. I love Mo. I love how Mo took a little $5 that she didn't want to let go, and she multiplied it by 1,000% times 1,000%. Everybody in our group, man, that's making moves every day. Our circles are doers. You know what I'm saying? We come on here, we give the information, we teach each other, day in and day out to do the same things, due diligence, analyzing. Simple stuff we do on the daily anyway. But when it comes to these markets, capitalizing on opportunities, showing everybody, this stuff works. If y'all on Mo's page and y'all on Mo's friends and y'all have not took advantage of this information, you should delete yourself and leave her alone, because she don't need that negative energy, because she's been doing this for a minute, showing y'all the ways on how to capitalize, how to take information and apply it and get the bag. And she's a business lady. So, why would you not want to be her friend and learn what she learned? Why would you not want to be in her Tuesday classes?
And bro, I had talked to my family recently, and I had been talked to them a while back. I had to send them screenshots of what I'm making for them to listen. Now right. Everybody, not a phone ringing off the hook, and because and I'm like, look, this ain't no get rich quick scheme. So
absolutely,
let me like, this is when we are skeptical and stuff, because some of them even skeptical, and they start talking about some other, they even start talking about pyramid schemes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm like, listen, what we need to understand is that when it comes to the stock market, we are participating in literally like the mechanism that keep the world going. So right. Short of an apocalypse, the stock market gonna be here, because it's what civilization is basically based on.
Right.
So at this point in time, what the civilization we live in now, so it's like, I've been working at these plants all my life, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, crying about how the tax is taking my money. And I get my little paycheck, no matter how much it is, even though it seemed like a lot. But at the end of the day, I'm going to pay for all, I got to pay for the oil changes and whatever else bills I got to pay for. And at the end of the day, that little paycheck I got is the only thing I got for helping to build the world. And it's some people sitting back right now. It was while I was at work toiling and sweating and bleeding and getting off work with my back hurt, it was some people sitting back in their living room at their computer desk making more money off of me than what I was making. And so until we understand this principle when it comes to investing, is that we are participating in what fuels the world, the world economy. So if unless it's gonna be an apocalypse, that's the only time you need to say forget about investing in stocks and this and that. But other than that, you gotta participate, or you're gonna always be that person at the bottom, even if you're doing like quote unquote well. So it, like I said, man, this whole thing just kind of just changed me, bro. And I love y'all, man, and I appreciate that because I got into stocks before I seen y'all show, but I was just in it where I was cash apping somebody while I was at work, and I seen a little squiggly line that I'd never seen before, so I just pressed on it, and I just started buying companies randomly, and I really started with like looking up the companies that I had worked for. So my first idea was like, I'm gonna buy stock in every plant that I work for, every company that so from there, I started listening and paying attention and making smarter moves and understanding how it works, and it don't take long. So I don't know, man. Like to me, this shit is Jesus, man. This shit is Jesus. No,
It's crazy.
Man, I hit a red eye.
Right on, brother.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
I'm loving this.
What you got, Sonny? Go ahead and speak your speech, brother.
Yeah, you guys keep talking because I'm processing payroll. I have forgot. Gonna be mad.
Man, I haven't even got that far into it yet. I'm still in the classes. So I don't have no miracle speech. The only thing I could say, the best thing I could say is when we get back to what we always argue about, is if it wasn't for this pandemic, I wouldn't have created my own business. And I wouldn't have been doing nothing that I'm doing right now if it wasn't for it. So, you know,
Right.
I'm on that page.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Congratulations.
But with all that being said, I am very good at research and study. So I didn't advance a lot when it came to learning about the stock. So it got kind of good. I just haven't got to where I could be able to give a speech like Mook. But it's on the proud though.
So that's all good. Your time coming. You may have it right now, it just may not be comfortable, but you know, we family, so it's always comfortable. But
I don't know if you're in the investment page, but I was the one that threw it out there about NIO and doing an 8-day option because my birthday's Friday, right? So I just had it in my mind to try to do an option for them by Friday. And since then, I think it started at like 50, I think it was like 52. And then now it's like, it went up like 60 or 70%. So I was like, I would have been up just on that.
oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, I think I seen you post that in the group too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good post. I wish I would have took advantage. You know what I'm saying? I
was trying to get everybody's opinion, but Mo was already telling me that nobody's going to tell you how to spend your money. But I wasn't looking for like how to spend my money. It's just that I've been watching, like how the brother Lester said earlier, like I've been watching it and taking that with what I've been learning, and it just makes a difference. And so that's why I was keen in on investing in that. I mean, it's nothing, no biggie. It's a lot of stuff since then I didn't look at, so I'm on the right track.
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track, and you know that's all it is, man. Is just learning, going one day at a time. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to, like Mumu said, it's not a get rich quick scheme. You know what I'm saying? There's some, you gotta. It's like a marriage. You gotta take care of it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta put the work in. You can't just wing this. You gotta do your due diligence. You gotta make smart moves because you can't lose money. You can lose money if you make the wrong decisions. So that's why we preach discipline, due diligence, researching the company, making sure all your avenues are straight, playing left to look right. And when you do that, you just live with the results. Then that goes for investing and day trading. So sticking to your plan, that type of stuff, the mental fortitude you know, makes you right in your decisions, because you plan for that. And you know, sometimes, you know, it don't always go according to plan, but you know, you do what you need to do when it comes to that. And this is why we teach discipline. You know, discipline is it can be applied to, you know, investing and day trading. You know, making sure, like I said, all your corners is your corners is cut right. You're playing left to look right, and you just hope for the best results. That's why we on here hours at a time, looking at different charts, you know, analyzing patterns, and you know, doing our best to, you know, put ourselves and our families in a better position with all these different, you know, avenues to, you know, make some supplemental income or primary income, depending on your situation. And you know, all it starts with is, you know, I'm ready. You know, studying, researching, you know, the material that, you know, we hand out, and this stuff is, you know, this stuff is free. You know, take advantage of it. You know, a lot of these applications, you know, they just giving away free stocks and, you know, free money for you to invest in, and you know, you just gonna let that sit there and pass you by. I'm like, shoot, if you know some of these companies was giving away free clothes and free shoes, you know, everybody would be there. But when it comes to something solid, incredible, like, you know, equity and assets, you know, we look at that and be like, oh, that ain't nothing. I can't do nothing. It's, you know, the stock market crash all the time. I can lose money. You just come up with 1,000 different rebuttals. But when your shoes get old and they get scraped, you know, you crying. And I'm just trying to see the logic there. That's why my name is Logic. So uh, it's just, you know, stuff like that we need to just think about. Just change your thinking a little bit. You know, see if the opportunity can, you know, bring you some type of happiness, or you know, some happiness for you and your family. You know, some people get into this and, you know, they become amazingly great at it, and they was like, man, you know, this has been a blessing to my life. It literally changed people's life overnight, you know, getting into this stuff. Not saying, you know, people are making millions in a day, but you know, just the fact that, you know, they get excited about something different than what they used to or normal to. So, you know, that's why we preach. We preach this information, man. Please come. The doors is open. We ain't judging nobody in their current disposition. So I'm proud of Mo. Y'all don't understand. Mo was cheap.
You put my business down the street.
Okay, my bad. I'm going for the night.
But honestly speaking, though, I showed it on my Facebook timeline. My $5 in January 15th. I started that Robinhood. I did that Robinhood. My first investment. I was gonna post them all because I went through all of them and looked for my first transaction. And my goal was to hold $5 per trading day, which is 253 days a year, which came out to $1,265. And I was like overwhelmed that I'm up 400% on my goal. I'm inspired. If ain't nobody else inspired. And then I went through, I was like, okay, like Mumu said, working the job, I thought about my state, you know, I stayed at the state job for 10 years. And that retirement that I took home was $30,000, putting $100 per pay period, which came out to the 30,000. And I'm like, if I would ease may or save, let me just go with the word save 5,000, accumulate 5,000 in the stock market in less than 10 months, then if I just multiply that times 10 years, I'd be up to 50,000. That's well more than working them 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week on that job, putting in that $100. So I'm over convinced. But y'all keep party rolling. I'm trying to get my payroll. What you say, Boo Boo?
No, I just said, damn, like that's like I don't know, man. It's been so crazy to me just how this is the great deception. You know, they talk about the 5G phones and all these other conspiracy theories. This is the great deception. We don't know nothing. Most of our people don't know nothing about this. And so that's when you was talking, that's what it made me think about. Like,
and my hat goes off to Brother African Emporium for exposing and being consistent and persistent in sharing the information until we jumped the board.
Hey Mo,
Yes.
one of the things that's so crazy, right,
Mhm.
is out of all the people that know me, they know I study a lot as far as like history or religion or something like that. But when I talk about the stock now, it's like it's foreign to them. And then showing them stuff like on my Webull, it's like it's amazing, and they think it's like a gimmick to it.
Mm.
But in reality, it's just like I'll be like, like when I was talking about Moderna, right? Like earlier this year when I first started getting into the whole stock and trying to learn about it, my thing was talking about Moderna and how that was going to jump up. And then now Moderna's out the window. I mean, you know, it's way up there. And so a lot of people would that I do talk to about it now, like I try to get my mom on it, I try to get my girl on it, I try to get a couple friends on it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now it's more on the page and we can have the conversation. It makes it better for me because now I can talk about the stuff I learned, you know?
Go ahead.
No, yeah, it's just now I can talk about the stuff I learned, that's all.
And then them talking about it in the news that jogs the memory, like, okay, I heard this before.
Mm-hmm. Well, I usually tell people a lot of times, like, they'll tell me stuff that I don't watch TV, but they'll tell me stuff that they learn on the news. But I already learned it because I got an update from the stock, which led me to a website to understand what companies is doing what, and you know, for the day. And it'll be early in the morning. I wake up at like 3, 4 in the morning anyway and jump on my thing.
Yes, you do. I mean, like, what are you doing up?
I love to study. You know how some dudes, they love to work out? Yeah. I just love to study. That's my workout.
Man, listen. Who just jumped? Brother African Emporium, Brandon, what's up, y'all?
Now I can tell y'all some amazing stories about that, about studying.
You've been studying.
I was kind of feeling Lester because, like, when I was in the pen, I had went in at 17 and I had got out at 31. Right. And so my whole thing was trying to learn as much as I can so when I get out, I'll never be in that same position. And so I ran into one brother on there that was on the yard, and he was teaching about business. So not only was he teaching about business, but he was like, you know, on some small stuff, if you pay me some food, like $50 and stuff, he was teaching about ambulance chasing, debt collection, financial assistance, like just all kinds of different stuff. And so I was like, oh, you know, in my mind, I was picking it up at that time, like as a hustle, but it led me to understanding how to listen to people. Cause at that time I didn't want to hear nothing unless you had some money, you know, the same, excuse my language, nigga shit that people be on now. And so it helped me to start listening or have my ear open to when it comes to making money legally. So from there, everything I did when I got out, it was on the page of I'm too smart to do crimes. And that was my thing. So from there, it just led me to where I never went back to jail because I was too smart to do crimes. So it just got to the point where I'm too smart to be broke. Then, you know what I'm saying? I just started leading to that whole aspect. But it was based on me running into people and understanding like there's a bigger world than what I'm thinking or what I've been taught.
That sounds like a book title.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff to it. My mom always say, like, you should write a book. And she just don't even know the half of it.
And you see where it can get you, right? Your book,
Man,
sharing. Listen, a whole nother ball game.
man,
You
I
got
done progressed so much by educating myself. It's not even funny. It's so many things I done acquired, so much things that I done did, places I done been just from studying. Like, people just don't understand, like, it's a whole different world.
share something. So you know, but your circle, your friends are starting to study the market now as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have mostly. I'm trying to get most of my younger homies and homegirls on it, but most of my older friends, they're into it.
Right.
A lot of them, it's like some people, it's like, I'm at a dead end situation. This sounds good. Some people are on the page of, they already heard something about it, so they jump on it. But some people, you just have to really just show them like what you're doing, and it actually makes a difference.
Right. So what did you think? What did you think about the Supreme Court ruling that that offenders are entitled to their stimulus and they have to cut the check, and that the individuals on debt row, specifically in California, received unemployment benefits?
Wait. Let's unpack this slow, because I ain't heard none of it.
Really?
No, neither one. I wasn't up on that. So you
In
said
the past month, in September.
Offenders get what?
In September, the Supreme Court ruled that the IRS could not keep the stimulus check from anyone who was incarcerated. They had to cut the check, and the check needed to be sent by November the 21st. That in the inmate, at the time they received the letter, they were supposed to go in, update their information, and those checks are now sitting at state prisons, correctional facilities, wherever. And those checks are supposed to, that $1,200 is supposed to be in the hands of those offenders. And then the state of California, I want to say either beginning of this week or last week, the unemployment office released checks for the EDD, I think I said that right, the unemployment money, to those who were incarcerated, to include inmates who were on death row. And so they're fighting to try to take the money back.
They're fighting to try to take the money back.
There was a lot of you guys as public officials who didn't think that taxpayers' monies should go to those who are incarcerated, and in particular the ones who got the unemployment one. I know prisons in Louisiana received the checks, because I know a few folks that were inquiring, trying to figure out where they check it, and the checks are housed at the prisons, but and they trying to either put it in their hands or try to figure out why they haven't gotten them yet. But in particularly when I seen the California article come out, or news clip, it was they had highlighted one of the prisoners who were on death row, and the elected officials were upset, giving their commentary on why they thought that they should not receive the checks, but the unemployment officer had already dispersed the checks. Look it up.
Oh no, I hear you. My OG just came out. I was getting ready to tell you something right now. Hold on real quick. Hey, what's up, man?
Anybody got an opinion on that?
All right, let me hold on real quick. Yeah, what I was gonna say about that, right? Because I didn't know if you wanted my opinion on it. I didn't get
I want your opinion.
Okay. Basically, like, what I think, just my opinion, right? I think that majority of your private owned prisons, were already setting up for this kind of backlash, right? And so you have officials that lobby a certain amount of money for certain people, and what they're trying to do to me, right? Because you can actually use it as an excuse because of the COVID. There are workers, and they do make you work in prison, right?
I mean, that's why they're entitled. That's exactly why they're
Exactly.
entitled.
So this is what I'm getting at. This is why I said just my opinion. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. But based on knowing that one of Biden's policy, a lot of people don't know none of Biden's policies, but one of his policies was getting rid of the private-owned prisons so they can start creating more federal prisons and more state-owned prisons. So this is a lot of people hear the getting rid of private-owned prisons, but they don't understand that he's trying to create more state-owned prisons and populate the cities with more police. So that's a whole nother conversation. But getting to this it's on the page. I think that it's more based on them setting up, getting ready for them to leave, and building up more money that they can generate off of this tax money that they're supposed to give to the prisoners.
Well, the tax money already went to the prisoners. They were just mad that because the Supreme Court upheld the decision that the checks had to be cut, and so the checks are already there. They already got the money.
But what I'm saying is, okay, so like I don't know about other places, but I know in California they take about 60 to 70% out of your money that you get into the prison.
Wait, what?
Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't know that? Oh, they tax the shit out of you. If you get, like, say for instance,
they entitled then.
I give you the exact thing. Like, I used to get $100 out of, this is before I left, out of every $100 I only get $60. So after I left, they taxed it more. So now it should be about 60%. To where they, like, every $100 you're only getting like $40 out of it. To the point to where, like, it's all kinds of schemes and scams trying to get money in there because it ain't really nothing going on.
Well, they were trying not to get. They were trying not to get. Oh, go ahead. Somebody left.
Mo said he gotta go. But
who
yeah,
that's Moo?
no, yeah, that's basically it's on that page. So if they're pushing if they're pushing for and lobbying to officials to try to push for them to get tax money in there, right? They take money off of that, and these private-owned prisons get paid off of that.
They were but the elected officials was pushing not to get it in there. They didn't want them to have it.
And see, the whole thing is the private-owned prisons, they hands is watch playing, because if the people have to pay the money back, they don't have to pay the money back. The individuals have to pay the money back.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have to. They're entitled, and that's the whole
I'm saying if they did anything like that.
Oh,
like,
okay.
say, for instance, like right now they're talking about with the EDD, a lot of people have to give the money back. That's what they're trying to push for right now.
What you mean give it back?
They're talking about pushing to give to have people have to pay it back.
So the unemployment funding that you all receive, they're saying that people are going to have to give it back.
Yeah, that I got to go back through my articles, but yeah, it was on unemployment. Yeah,
they won't get that back.
No, that's what they was talking about. That people have to pay it back through their taxes. But
no, you meaning like it'd be taxed?
They wasn't talking about no time soon. They was talking about by like 2021.
So basically, if you receive a check, they want you to refund it over time when the pandemic is over.
Yeah. They were trying to push it out
of here. They're crazy.
Yeah, they were trying to push it out.
That shouldn't ride. But anyways, yeah, I just thought that this was a good time to ask that question. But anyways.
Oh yeah, it's something I'll definitely read and be able to talk to you again about it more efficient.
Yeah, I was like, boy, they want it both ways, boy. They want to be able to, I mean, if they're entitled, they're entitled, go and give the people that check. That's why I got held up. You can't start excluding people just because you want to exclude them. But anyways, yeah, I thought I wanted to
But
ask you.
now that we on this topic, right?
Yeah.
Because I keep on asking everybody, does anybody know about your future president? Do y'all know any of the policies that are beneficial for Black people?
Well, I can tell you, and you can ask that question till you're blue in the face, but I've benefited under everything. Okay? So you could add, let me turn my camera on.
You know, I always ask that.
Now I gotta turn my camera. Listen, you can benefit. Listen, after hearing, I'm gonna say this. I'll say this again, Sonny. After hearing Jay Scott last week, this week, and even some info from Mr. Aaron coming in, you can benefit from any administration. Them brothers took nothing and made it out of something based on what's available.
No, I mean, you can benefit. Look.
No, hold on.
It don't even have to be the president. It could be on the page of we all can benefit off of stock. But I'm just saying, like, is there any policy that's put in?
Okay, I'm gonna use one in particular, the student loan.
Mm-hmm.
Under the student loan policy, when they put in all of those repayment plans, the income-based plan and the discharge plan,
the forgiveness loans,
the forgiveness.
Yeah, I read those.
That's not just a benefit. That's a game changer.
That's no different than me talking about stock, though.
No.
That's not just for Black people.
Pause. You can't do that. Listen, just because the policy does not specifically have ethnicity attached to it, doesn't make it not beneficial. And that's the part that I think that people in general has to get over. Just because the specific policy doesn't say specifically Black or African American, don't mean you don't benefit. And so the question would be, like, for example, I got mortgage interest rate reduction thing in the mail, right? Mm-hmm. But guess what? I got mortgage reduction when President Obama administration was in office. Not only did I know a whole bunch of people. Interest rates went from here to here. Not no adjustable, right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't specifically for Black. The policies were available, but we still benefited. I think that and I don't want to go on this presidential rant or whatever, but only thing I want to say about this, because I got it, and I'm gonna let you all talk, is the fact that if people are out there specifically, I mean, the policy don't say white man or Asian man or Mexican man or Latino either, but they show benefiting. My little cousin called me. He said, Nanny, no, my godson, he said, Nanny, man, they trying to hold my skills down. I was like, what you talking about? He said, man, I got this job with this company. He said, man, these Mexicans own it. They trying to get me to do this little work over here, and I want to do this. So I asked him, I said, so for years, grandfather worked construction, expert in it. Your daddy work construction, expert in it. You now work construction, and your nephew's working it. When y'all gonna start the company? Y'all let the Mexicans come up in here. They were nowhere to be found in my hometown. They came up in here, started a construction company, and now you mad because they only want to give you a little piece of the job. You ain't not benefiting because the policy didn't make you not benefit. You ain't benefit because you ain't put the effort to make it happen.
Hey, don't get me wrong, because we on the same page. The reason why I'm throwing that out there, right, is because you have a lot of Black people, like just like when we talk about the stock, right? And me and my OG been having a bunch of conversations about it lately, right? But not everybody's into it. Not everybody's willing to even understand it or even want to learn about it. And they only have one way of thinking about it, right? So that's just like with everything else. When it comes to this presidency, it's on the same page. Nobody knows anything about policies. Even when you talk about the policies that people can win on, it's not even such as the policies. It's just things that's out there that you can read and get. There's grants out there for you to get. There's contracts that you can get. You get what I'm saying? So it's on the page of, that's not a racial thing. It's an educational thing. But you had a situation where Black people, a lot of Black people, aren't educated or don't have the means to understand or try to learn the things that get them out of the situation they're in. And then you did have something that was put into place. This is where you get where Ice Cube with his plan that was put into place to start getting people in the mode to start trying to get themselves out of the situation or better themselves. So that's what I think that makes a difference when it goes to a plan that's specifically for Black people.
But everything in Ice Cube plan didn't benefit all Black people. It just benefited few Black people. So we get into,
you say what?
Everything in Ice Cube plan didn't benefit all Black people. It benefits some. It's benefited specific Black people.
Okay, well, what part didn't?
No,
I mean, I don't know about nobody in the UK,
but what I want to share is the fact that we have plans on top of plans. A lot of plans is duplicated information from previous plans. There's so many plans out there that can help Black people that either is being implemented or has been brought to the table. And so a lot of the information in a lot of plans aren't new. And that's why when Cube interviewed on Roland Martin and Dr. Carr asked him, or it could have been Reese, one of them asked him, they said, are you familiar that some of your bullet points are in other plans that actually exist or in some policies that actually exist? And he said, I wasn't aware, but that's why I'm coming to the table and I'm talking about it, because if it's something I'm not aware of and someone shared with me, I would like to hear so that we can have the dialogue and we can make this thing better. I'm not against Q plan or anybody else's plan. What I'm just saying is that a lot of people bring up the fact of, okay, what's in a specific plan? And it's always in reference to either current administration or the previous administration or the upcoming administration. And what gets me is that in any administration from beginning to now, we have a dilemma for Black people. And so it's very interesting to me that we only talk about one administrative plan, but we can't talk about the current administrative plan that had nothing for Black people, or even up until now making decisions and making power moves. And even after the Cube's plan come to surface, can still make an impact with Cube plan and still haven't pushed that out. So when it comes down to talking about these administrations and these policies, and specifically for Black, I think we just kind of spin our wheels with it because of the fact that I don't think we're fair. I don't think we're fair in addressing all administrations and what has not been done. And that's the only thing I want you to do, Sonny, specifically for Black people, because when I look at it, or anything that's relation to our people and what we can benefit, we share it. We give out the information. We give out the knowledge of where you can get it, how you can get it, what you need to do to get it, in order to better your situation or a community, your community or whatnot. And I think it's kind of like disingenuous to for us to keep saying that what people can't get, what people don't know, what people is not exploring. The question is, if we're going to continue to talk about what's going to benefit us and we're going to keep classifying the people who aren't putting forth the effort to get it, then we're never gonna make it or whatnot. Because just as easy as it's accessible on the internet for us to do it, if a lot of people want to kind of come out, if you make provisions to do what you're doing now, you can make provisions to seek out what can help you. And a lot of times we kind of classify the people who aren't getting help and those who can get help. We have a lot of hurdles, but we also have some things that we can work towards to get there. And just like with the stock market and making specific investments moves and then having that testimony later, is that the fact that you actually make the move on a journey. So I don't know that the policy and it specifically for us is a way to discredit or thinking that nothing's going to happen for us. But I do think that in reference to administrations across the board, regardless of which one it is, the one that's in there now, after being exposed to the plan, could have actually did an executive order, or they could have did some policies. They can hold up everything else. They can put a stamp on everything else. They made that Supreme Court justice happen right now. If Black people's concerns or agenda was at the top of the list, it should have been something done now. And I don't see anything that has benefited us specifically, even from the current. So that's why I'm talking, that's why I bring the conversation.
Well, there's actually, I mean, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just throwing this out there as far as conversation, because in reality, there really are people out there that don't know none of that might tune in, or that might look at the show, right? Because I mean, I could take bits and pieces and put it together as a soundbite and make it fit to where it applied to me. Like, in reality, there are different companies out there that's been doing it before Trump came into office. Like, even when Garfield talks about how Chase or Nike or all these different companies have things for Black people, Coca-Cola, you know what I'm saying? Different things like that. I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, that too, right? And people don't know it, but when they watch these shows and they hear different views, even if they think that I disagree with you, right? It's just a point of, they might hear your side or they might hear my side, but either way, they know that they'll find out that there are different programs, there are different policies. I take like another thing, like a soundbite, like Emporium's thing. It doesn't matter who wins the presidency, I'm still gonna win. You get what I'm saying? So it really doesn't even make a difference. But for conversation wise, it's on that page,
Yeah, and the one that the conversation that they need to build a tolerance for is the one that's going to put some money in their pockets, that's going to create their own stimulus. Because when you heard Lester a second ago, when you heard Mr. Aaron jump on and they talk about the moves they made inside the institution, outside the institution, even from the brother last week, Jay Scott, and how he put the team together and he taught himself a skill set that not only he could use, but that he could teach to others within limited time, 6 weeks, because I think the most you can get a driver's CDL course is probably 3 to 6 months. But he teaches within 6 weeks to help them empower themselves and to get a competitive edge. Well, much greater than the fact of, that disagreement conversation that people like to end their ear to as reference to entertainment. And I think that Lester said something key. When you build that tolerance to read, and you just said it as well, Sonny, that finding information in a book that will actually inspire you and move you in a whole nother realm of things is important. So if our people won't read, regardless if it's something on a to the magnitude of coming from an institution versus just being free already and coming from high school, transitioning out. If they won't read to better themselves, to create, then it's almost like you can have the specific policy with African American or Black American written on it, with trillions allocated. What you gonna do with the money? When soon as you get it, guess what? You're gonna be back in the line looking for that policy or that legislation or that assistant program to help you out of your situation. And that, so the power in what we're talking about in reference to policies is that you preparing and educating yourself that if a policy does arise, from wherever angle it comes from, what you're gonna do with it. is the question. That's what I would be wanting to know, because they could put, we have a multitude, like I think Aaron said this. He says all kind of programs in the institution, right? I was speaking to my cousin about this. He says there, but guess what? They have options. And if they don't want to participate, they don't. And if they don't participate, guess what? They don't gain the skill set. They don't gain the skill set. They come out and they flapping in the wind, right? Same thing in college. You know, I do the comparison, military, college, like everything, institution, all of them folks, right? We have there's opportunities all over. It's presented, but guess what? Aaron, I think Aaron said this. He said, if you don't want to do it, that's a wrap, honey. So it's back to the policy in your question. What specifically policy that Biden has that's going to help Black people? What do Black people want? Do Black people even know? Do you even know what you want? And if you do, can you present it so that you can get the help you need?
Well, I mean, that I told my OG this the other day, right? I was gonna pull a fake Sarnetta type move, and I mean, not dissing, but staying there on the page of a low budget type of thing, and going around with a microphone and recording it, and really asking people, what would you rather take? 50%, 50 points on your credit or a stimulus check, right? Just to see what they'll say. And a lot of people, even though they don't know nothing about, even though they might know a little bit about credit, they'll still want the money, no matter how you look at it. But 50 points does a lot. 100 points does a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it just makes a difference. And I was just thinking about that on my own. Like, I just want to do a little thing and just have my own little recording on that.
And you should. It would definitely be a very good experiment. It would definitely share with the people the mindsets of where in real time, as far as methodology and understanding where people's mindsets still are. And I would even follow it up with giving the opportunity to do this, that, or whatever. You know, would you sit in a workshop session to learn, or and watch how those reactions are? And I think sometimes we advocate stuff for our people that they're not even willing to participate in. I'm a believer of the captured audience. Whoever can capture the audience, bring in the experts that can share, that's going to pique their interest, because the people are going to show up because of a specific being. And if that is the case, I'm for it. Put them in the place where it can be heard. And so if using our celebrities does that, then that's all right by me. But when we get them there, get them into the incentive type atmosphere of, you got to do a this and that, because people are not attentive in that manner, that they will actually lend you their ear if they don't feel like it's a benefit. And most people don't feel like it's their benefit until they see something tangible, until they get to that space where they can actually say, okay, I can see this being a reward versus, okay, oh, I could feel it, I could touch it, I could smell it. You know, that's why I asked that question about imagination to Lester, you know, working through that, imagining it and manifesting it.
Having that vision, actually picturing it.
Yes. And so often, like I said, we can have, that's the question I had with the one of the Black Caucus members in the Carolinas areas. As I said, you know, when we was talking about when the reparation conversation comes up, and it was like, well, they ain't gonna do nothing with it. And I'm like, well, what gives you the right to say what somebody's gonna do with it? You never know what someone's gonna do with it. But the fact that you won't advocate for it is the problem within itself. So from the top,
it's funny that you mentioned about like having the celebrity, even though that you might not be the celebrity, because in reality, you my celebrity right now. So when I share the post to all the different people, share the page to all the different people that's within my group, and they watch the show, they watching the celebrity at work right now. So it's the same program.
And I appreciate you sharing, and I appreciate you being here, Sonny, and being being that other advocate on the other side of the voice and reasoning from different angles. Because all opinions matters and the dialogues are definitely necessary and needed, and definitely appreciate everybody watching out in social media world. You guys' presence are definitely recognized. And so as much as we've had some very lucrative information, some very inspiring individuals who gave us unpackaged a whole lot this evening and have always done on the Wednesday evening, it means a lot for just the individuals who are here. And I always said, let them who have ears, let them hear. And then you can take this information and roll out. And we have our circle is built with so much knowledge and information. And I'm super amazed by the brothers. And I'm almost jealous of myself that I'm surrounded by so many of you all with so much knowledge that shows a whole nother demeanor or behavior of a man, because there's too many other characters that are outshining, so to speak, that conversation. And so I got so excited this evening on, just the dialogue in general and the information that you guys are putting out, that I'm like, yes, this is what y'all need to be hearing and you need to see, because these brothers are doing it, and they're doing it coming out of and having to face brick walls. And true enough, we all deal with our shortcomings the way we need to, but in the same sense, to be able to create a pathway for somebody else. My uncle passed in February, and one of my cousins, he retired Navy, got a PhD.
Sorry to hear that.
And it's fine. He lived a phenomenal life. My cousin said, Dr. Hubbard now, he's at the funeral, he said, my dad wasn't there, but my Uncle Herbert was, and all I needed was a guide, and he provided that guide. And when he provided that guide and that path, I went through that path, and I was able to get to where I needed to get. And so I'm forever grateful. And that's for a lot of go ahead. Who is that, Chris?
Oh, no, I was just going to tell you, so the stash party is tonight.
Oh.
In 20-something minutes.
Don't stash party, y'all. Make sure you say it again.
Yeah, the stash party is in like 20-something minutes in Peloton. Okay. Bike company.
Stash party, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen.
Hey, Logic, you did you put it in the group?
Yeah, you did.
All right. I didn't get it on the phone.
Yeah, I put it in there.
Fraction of shares, free fraction of shares, get you somewhere. Just look, you could just be in bypass. Some people be like, man, y'all be on a long time. I say, you see, you're worried about the wrong thing. You want to learn. This is information you've never heard before. You spent, how many hours we had to spend in school? 8? How many? 6? I'm talking about in grade school to middle school to high school. Every day we had to spend how many hours?
You had to spend about 6 hours.
6
of
hours.
Education, and you had about 30 minutes of lunch, 15 minutes of recess 2 times, so about an hour off of some BS.
Right. But for something that's gonna be, see, a lot of our adults, we so stuck in our ways on what we choose, that we think that's gonna be beneficial to our lives, that we, I think you said something earlier. You said they either think it's or maybe it could have been Mumu, or maybe, I think it was you, said it's a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme, it's a pyramid. I think it was Mumu. And I was like,
no, yeah. it was Aaron. Aaron was talking about that.
Yeah. And it's crazy because when you show, I don't have a problem with showing. That's why I post my little testimonials or whatnot, to show like, yo, this is where it goes. I mean, you trying to make the million out the gate, but you got to develop your methodology first. You gotta know that it works for you. That if Brother African Emporium doesn't come on and say anything, that you could still open up that account and make a decision. If Brandon doesn't never tell you about it, indicate you can make a decision. Chris doesn't say nothing, Sonny doesn't put a post, whatever. Nobody the inner circle says anything, that you could still make a decision. And that is where I'm like, you know what, I'll just share. And even though, you know, I'm like, I'm starting to see the group with the 2,000, 3,000, and I'll be like, oh man, I only made 125. But you know what? I be like, Brandon say, don't despise little things, Mo. You making that every day, or you make it, you know, you went from 20 to that. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, okay, calm down, little grasshopper, calm down. You know, your knowledge gets you to making a profit. Okay, you making a profit. So it's one thing if you wouldn't making anything at all. You know, so I'm getting ready for my new budget for the new year, right? And I'm like, okay, the $5 times per trading day at 253 is $1,265. That's around the stimulus, right? And if you could fathom that and you could make your own stimulus, I'm like, shoot, I got my second stimulus check. I don't know about y'all and what you've been doing. And here's the receipt that I only started with the $5. That's why I posted that transaction, because the people that I'm trying to inspire, because we got people who got some dollars and they can do some things out there, right? But the ones I'm trying to get off they little stuffing muffin is the ones who could get them nails done all the time, but always broke. Get that hair set up. Probably it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. They got that oven going, that stove top going, got the grills going. They're getting ready to have a feast, and they hair done. Their nails is done. They got their nice little eyebrows arched and everything, and got their new outfit. Their kids is G'd up, and guess what? They ain't got no more money.
And plus, they ain't got nowhere to go.
And they ain't got nowhere to go. But they look good. They're going to be posting on Facebook and social media. And I'm saying all you had to do was just pay attention today. And you could have accumulated back everything that you spent for your grand feast you're ready to have tomorrow. But instead, you bypassed the page, wouldn't even give a lack, because you thought maybe I might benefit from the social media check. Hey, I'm trying to. I ain't even gonna tell you no fib. I hope you listening and you watching. You let me get 1,000 subscribers. Yes, I'm gonna benefit from it. Because why? CNN benefit from it. MSNBC benefit from it. ESPN benefit from it. New York Times. Everybody and their mama benefiting. So why aren't you? Is the question. What are you doing? It's not hard. It's not difficult. You just have to build a tolerance for learning. When do you stop learning? That part right there in the community needs to be acclimated right back in. Build a tolerance for learning at every level, at every age group. You should have a benchmark, a goal. I posted a video in my timeline profile that said the goal stays the same. I'm changing the plan, but the goal stays the same. So the plan, the effort to get me to here may not have worked as successful. So I'll change the plan, but the goal remains the same. And if I exceeded that goal, that just makes it just as much as good as me making the goal itself. And so although you have to switch it up a little bit, you know, use a different strategy. We trained last night, 6 hours. And the worst part about it, by the time Contrarian got on, Brandon and I had listened to the Vin Chris, had listened to the same 15-minute clip like 2 hours and a half. And most people would probably say, man, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't, you know, stay on that long on a 15-minute clip trying to understand that strategy, that move. But that one little strategy, that move got me 125 today. Because I seen that no demand bar. I seen that mushroom. I seen that upside down salsa. I sure did. I was going to write on the chart, but I'm already behind on my payroll. I need to get some work done because I was playing with them charts. So, I mean, we have to really you got to inspire yourself. Let 2021 be a year where you pick up the book, like the brother said. I had to ask about the autobiography of Malcolm X because a lot of men are inspired by that story, by that storyline. And so if you're out there, you're trying to figure out, where do I start? How do I get that going? Pick up one of those books that, sometimes you got to be in your own isolated space, your own cubby hole, and convince yourself. What you're not going to do is not going to come down from the Akashi records or whatever that thing is they call it. It ain't going to just download in your mind. Sometimes it'll peak. Maybe it's a confirmation of something, intuition that you may have gotten, but you're not gonna get it if nothing else. You can't get a confirmation if nothing else is speaking to you. It's gonna be the words on the book, or it's gonna be somebody else, a mentor or a coach, right? That can give you that motivation, that new habit, and then you strategically, mentally create the image of what you're looking for, or what you want the next few years of your life to look like. You dwell on it, you meditate, you go hard body with that thing, and you watch it happen. But it's the simplest notion that keeps you backpedaling backwards, that gives you fear that it cannot happen. It's the simplest thing, to create a picture in your mind, to see the image, to meditate on it. Something that costs you nothing, that keeps you going back, or keeps you fearing it, or keeps you looking at it from a distance, but in the same sense, wanting to benefit. Come on, family. Come on. We're making it relevant. We're making ourselves accessible. You talk about not having support, having businesses and nobody supports you, or you don't have the round table, or you can't create the team. We're welcoming you in to our team. Come dwell at the king and queen's table, so we can empower each other. Y'all got me on a whole nother spirit right now. I'm gonna
Aha. Hallelujah.
Brandon crazy. Whole nother atmosphere. This is good, brother African Emporium. I see you shining.
No, what's going on, family? What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit to everybody. First and foremost, always got to come on and give the formal greeting, because again, I sit amongst awesome individuals, my peers, right? And of course, that's everybody in the back chat as well. And so again, always grateful to come on whenever we can and convene in our communal space of understanding why we're so important. As I'm always saying, you are extraordinary beings for a reason. And I heard you say something about being in your space today, and you're just kind of, you're going through that kind of spiritual acceptance of why, in terms of what you do, how it's so invaluable. And it's okay, I'm just, not that you need me to say it, but it's okay to pat yourself on the back, because you're doing things that people, somewhat overlook there, or they'll look at it as if it has no very valuable, bearing on their lives, or they'll downplay it because it's, they're too busy looking at the individual supposed to accepting the message. And of course, that's everybody that's on here, that's been on here today, and everybody in the back chat as well, that adds something to bring to the table. Within these discussions, of course, I look at them what they are. They're workshops. We come on and we workshop together, right? We commune together. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. It's not a privilege to act as if this is something larger than life. No, this is what we're supposed to be doing, right? It should come as a necessary chore, right? Because you're building bridges that should sustain itself for future generations. Because if you don't see it in that perspective, then you'll always miss the valuable aspects of the message that's coming from it. And so whether you hear a story like our brother Lester, and you hear a story like our brother Showtime that came on, okay, these are just one of many scenarios out there where, the spirit of I would say the Black energy in terms of, we don't give up, we don't quit. We always say that, of course, we're resilient people, right? We can take anything, right? Well, okay, that's not to be taken as if it's this, we are used to just being depressed and used to being financially indigent, and we should accept that. No, that's not the case. That's saying that despite all those things that are put in place to keep us from having the wealth of the world as we should notably have it, we still find ways to be successful. So in essence to that That's why these conversations are important. That's why everybody that comes on this channel is important to have something to add, right? Your message resonates just as strong as the next person beside you, because again, I say Ubuntu for a reason, right? I am because we are, right? That proverb is very thorough in understanding how to break down this kind of psychoacademic or psycho analysis, how they look at Black people as if we can't get along because, we have too many other things that we're trying to, do away with from our, childish innuendos in terms of how we look at one another, right? Our brothers and sisters sometimes from the wrong perspective. So in cleansing that lens to be able to look at each other as a power broker, because that's what everybody is that's on this channel tonight. You're a power broker, right? You have a specific set of skills that not only pays the bills, but it brings other people into a new fold of craft or mindset that can literally exalt their lives. Because like Brother Lester said earlier, I think Brother Showtime touched on it too. Without a financial revolution, I think Brother Mumu touched on as well. Of course, everybody touched on, Brother Chris, everybody. Without a financial evolution or a financial revolution, you will never have that kind of Black evolution that we know we are deserving of. You need to have a financial revolution. Well, within finances, guess what? You also build better character. You build a different vernacular when it comes to understand how to negotiate and deal with people from a business perspective, right? From an entrepreneur perspective, you change your mentality. Of course, that's the greatest thing I took from this entire bill today is that they spoke on something very universal. The aspect of principle. Of course, I'm always, I'm a stickler for psychology. Y'all know that, especially when it comes to the market. But the one thing I'm always talking about is what? Mentality. Mentality. You change your mentality, the money will follow, right? Good things will start to happen because you have to get to a point where you remove the lens, from outside of all the so-called weaknesses that you think you possess or that your brothers possess, and you try to use that against them. And you say, you know what? Let me focus on the strengths of my people. Let me focus on the strength that I have within me that will help me get outside my circumstantial situation. And so once you learn how to maneuver psychologically, you change your mentality, guess what starts to happen? Things become more attractive to you. You become an attractant, so to speak, right? Because without that, if your face turned up, if your mind always negative, if you're always kind of moving in a place where people don't want to deal with you, well, guess what? It ain't everybody else around you. Maybe it's just you. And so it might become a scenario where you have to learn how to, again, upgrade yourself, right? You have to learn how to upgrade yourself. And what we do, basically in terms of financial markets, we're figuring out how to upgrade ourselves forward of what? The system analysis, the status quo, right? How you're learning education or again, someone telling you that the blueprint of life is go to school so you can get an education, you can get a job. Well, we've been through that out the window, right? That's a slave narrative. We won't even discuss that over here. Again, we're producing producers, distributors, and sellers, right? And our kids should follow suit, right? So you heard Mumu say that he's building a financial bridge for his kid already. He has a plan that's bigger than the 529 plan. I've spoken that several times. The 529 plan, it's okay for people who are financially, somewhat lazy. But when you learn how to invest, you can run circles around the 529 plan any given day of the week if you learn how to strategically put your money to work for you in investment value. You can 10x that, 5x that, 3x that, a lot bigger than the 529 plan will give you. And so in doing so, again, you're starting to set a level of principle over your life, which comes at the point of responsibility. Because when I hear the word principle, the first thing I think about is responsibility. That's all it is. We relegated back to the word consciousness. How can you be conscious and still acting, again, look at some of our people, right? And they're conscious, but their actions are showing different. So you can't speak it if you can't be it. Principle holds you accountable to it, right? Because it's a responsibility now that you have, not only for yourself, but your brothers and sisters that's around you, right? You don't want to let your battle mate down, so to speak, right? And we in this foxhole together, of course, military terminology. If we in this foxhole together, guess what? I got your Your 12, your 3, your 6, your 9, and back to your 12.
Yes, indeed.
Right? And that's what it should require of us when we come on and we bring something to the table and we speak in truth to power, that beyond all things, I got your back. I got your front. I got your sides. Right? That's how you build these kind of bridges, these kind of monolithic paths that's worth people wanting to journey down. They don't look at this as, okay, it's just information, right? They're not running away from the ideal of the challenge, because the challenge is obviously on within themselves. It's not against us or with us, because of course, like I said before, a million times, we don't own the stock market. We don't own, these financial endeavors, right? There were blueprints that were already set in place before we even acclimated to it, right? We're just trying to bring people into the fold. And in doing so, guess what? Minds changes first, and then life changes come right after that. That's the part about these discussions that I just always get excited. And I may be busy doing something, but I be listening, right? I'm a patient person for a reason. I learned how to be thoroughly patient, even more so now when I really shifted my focus and learned how to make my own money. Because you have to learn how to be patient at that point, right? If you're moving too fast, you'll miss something, right? And if our mind is moving too fast, we'll forget we'll lose the opportunity to absorb something that was very powerful. And so, of course, nothing short of what Lester spoke tonight, and our brother Showtime, and everybody that spoke tonight has said, is nothing shorter than just powerful. It may seem mundane to a lot of people, like, yeah, we've heard this before, but I guarantee you this. If your situation hasn't improved, if you've heard this before, and your situation hasn't improved, then guess what? You listening with the wrong two ears. And that's the problem. So, again, I always say, I don't care if we never get, a mass group of people. Of course, I would love it, because it's changing people's, situation, but you just need a few. Sometimes you just need that thorough few. And then you go out and find those ones, or they'll find you, I should say, when you begin to speak your truth to power. Sonny spoke about speaking about stocks. Now, of course, that brother's on a journey now with this. I guarantee that has a lot of his pals probably looked at him a little different, like, okay, what's this about? Well, that's just the reality, right? You need to have something more tangible that sparks a conversation that also leads to some kind of level of what? Of a applied interest, that they would want to look into this further. And so Sister Angie, right? Y'all call her Angie, Sister Angie, right? And everybody else, again, over Brandon, everybody that comes on here, again, not just on the panel, but in the back chat. Everybody, Brother Snotball, Brother Contrarian, everybody in the back chat. And I might have missed some name, but y'all know I'm thinking and talking directly to you. You have something here. Don't let people dumb you down. Don't let people put you into a small little box and say that what you have is just, it's just some information. No, it's bigger than that, right? Again, Sister Mo, like you said, you being around that energy, that circle, that financial, expounding of money that's starting to move around. You seeing people making money. Of course, you say to yourself, ain't nothing really separate me from the same reality or outcome, no more than just what? My time and my journey to get better at this. It doesn't require you have to sit, and get a PhD or a master's or a bachelor's or associates or whatever. You say, okay, this is a trade-off I'm willing to want to sacrifice for. Cost me what? My time. That's about it. Most invaluable thing you have in your life is your time. And we treat it like a what? I don't know. Insert your adjective there. Because Black people feel like they got time, apparently, to waste. In some cases, when you think about the dynamic of how other races are starting to what? Galvanize, circle their wagons, get on even a stronger code, and we're still trying to play reindeer game, so to speak, and letting people bamboozle us still. And here it is, they're trying to find a new Black class to kind of overtake us. Again, keep in mind, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but 11 million new undocumented immigrants about to become citizens. Who jobs are they going to obviously go and vie for? White people jobs or Black people jobs?
Black people jobs.
And so we think we have, again, a luxury to have a luxury. So again, that's why it's important to realize the tangible skills that comes, through these different aspects of figuring out how to, again, procure government contracts and doing the drop shipping and speak about how you're getting your back end business together in terms of credit analysis. And so you can make power moves, so to speak, in a lot of different ways, acquiring for a business license, the LLC, right? Applying for even a 501(c) and learn how to just organize strategically better. So eventually you'll be able to what? Find a way to monetize some of that value, that skill set. It doesn't matter either way, however you come at it, and definitely investments, because again, that's the most easiest and most lucrative potential business model on the planet. It's the most easiest thing that you can walk into literally tonight, not tomorrow, but tonight. Most businesses got to wake up and wait till what the boss get there or businesses to open up so you can start to kind of negotiate. But with investing, you can literally start tonight. You know, that's the aspect of how, again, revolutionary this really is when it comes to, you know, finding ways to, again, get the bag. So, again, I didn't say it enough, but I always listen, right? I'm very peculiar listener for a reason because I understand growth comes through patience. Patience is a principal aspect of what? Being observatory, being able to listen and not just try to dominate. You have to be able to take stuff in. Because that's where, you know, that's where smart people or people who have established a entrepreneur itch to make money, they got really good at listening for a change. And then they went out there and executed. And so again, when I say it's a mentality change or mentality shift, you have to change your mind first. You have to get your psychology game tight first. That's where it starts at. Again, knowledge brings power. Power will also bring profit. It's simple as that. It's a simple blueprint. Lester spoke on it. Brother Showtime spoke on it. Sister Monica speaks on it. Over Chris, Brother Sonny, Brother Moo, Brother Brandon, everybody that comes on this panel, right? We understand it, right? We're just trying to again, take it to this next level or its maximum potential, as I'm always saying. So shout out to you all. Again, for all that you guys are doing day to day, regardless of how your peers or your family members or your spouses may sometimes look at you and they're like, okay, what's this all about? But you just know you stay persistent, right? You stay persistent, right? Because ain't no such thing as black power and broke, right? And I'm gonna repeat that. I've been saying that for a long time. I'm gonna keep saying I was saying that way back in 2017 when I got with the family here. Ain't no such thing as black power and broke, because at that time the black power message was even more stronger because a lot of people still come into consciousness. You have people already have been in it, and then we start adding that financial element to it, or the ideal of learning how to also get your finances together within a conscious so-called quote unquote community. Well, one thing you realize about a lot of people who have a lot of consciousness, sometimes they have too much pride to the point where they don't understand the position of being able to also procure income has to be a part of that consciousness. How to now utilize this knowledge, which gave you a new sense of power. Now you can translate that to learn how to profitize it, right? Monetize it, right? Right. So we always say, learn how to monetize your talents. Don't get mad because a person, is monetizing their talents. Again, you hear people say that about Sarnetta and everybody else, but he's making money on black people. Okay, he's making money on views. If he ain't taking the money out of you directly, how could you say, that's or look at that as some of a bad thing? YouTube is paying him, not you. See how that works? So Sister Monica definitely needs a minimum of 1,000 subscribers. She's worth 1 million. But of course, everybody should think to aspire to be that and understand that actually wants to put out content or bring people to knowledge and information. Over Chris, same scenario. YouTube channel need to be well over 100,000 subscribers. White people circle their wagon. They support their own. They don't ask questions. They don't care about how you look, how tall you, how short you are, how black you are, how not black you are, how country you are. They show up and just show out every single time without trying to put all these stickers on their people. Black people try to come in the room and act like they're high and mighty, but their situations are dirt poor. And there lies the problem. YouTube cuts a check just for us showing out. I got another check the other day, matter of fact. Another $500, about $500. Just letting it content. YouTube paying me. Right?
Hey,
so
brother,
I'm looking at yeah, thank y'all. And I'm like, man, all of us should be in a situation. Like, who wouldn't want to have that? Of course, then you can't say, you're getting it from your brothers and sisters, because y'all know we like to put that magnifying glass over our people all the time and use that as a very wicked way of understanding. And had we not been integrated with white people, who else would we make money off of? You see how the ignorance and things that we say, it's just that, again, our financially or our immaturity within our naivete that we have in terms of understanding that your culture, right, is your your commerce, right? Your culture is your commerce. Everybody makes money off us except us. And we're comfortable with that. And we'll find an excuse to make it make sense to why that's, that's superlative to our thinking that we need to continue to shop with other people or, downplay our black, expansion of business and what people are doing. NBK channel, of course, same way. Them guys got merch. Everybody got, trying to do things. support it. It's a small value of gratitude that goes a long way. And saying, you know what, I put something in the pocket of a black man today. You should, you know what, that it should be a mantra that you wake up saying every single day. Because if it's just hard for you to understand how to do that, or to spin a shot with your own people, you need to wake up and say that every single day. I need to put some money in the pocket of a black person today. Female, male, whatever, child, whatever. If it's a black business, find a way to do it. If not, find a way to make sure you get it done before the end of the week. Share that love. And in doing so, you'll find a new respect, a new profound respect for your people. And sometimes it starts just as small as that. I know it sounds elementary, but I tell you what, man, some of the most intricate things came from what? Minutia conversations and minutia values of thinking. And so again, I want to go off, go long, but I say this, again, we have something, man, that's unique. Again, we have a specific set of skills. I keep going back to that movie Taken with Liam Neeson, right? I have a specific set of skills, right? Right? All of you have a specific set of skills if you invested and learn how to invest your money, put your money to work for you, right? You have a specific set of skills, right? You actually have something greater than what an NBA or NFL player has. Because if they body ever, unfortunately, something happened to their body, and if they don't have the financial wherewithal to know what to do with the money they've already made, what's going to happen to them?
Yep. They're gonna go away.
They're gonna be next to you driving. They're gonna be driving an Uber or something like that. 10 years, 15 years from now. Right. So again, I say.
Hey, can I say one quick thing, real quick, and for him?
Yes, sir. Yes.
We was talking earlier about how when you find out certain information, it'll put you up on stock, right? So, as far as you know of, what stock has oil that's in Iran?
I'm happy you asked that question because you know what? One thing about investing and trading is I love about this brother Sonny, right? Investing and trading is not a lazy man game. There's an answer out there for us in every aspect of what we query or we think about. You think about this seriously. That's how I learned to be the investor I am today. I got on my query game, right? I'm going to go my grind mode. I got on my query mode, and I began to use this tool called Google, right? This financial.
I'm gonna tell you something after I said that. That's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna
get updates.
Stock on that too. But I'm just saying, I'm using it as a case study too, because you'll be surprised, right? Because when it comes to looking up history and things like that, we thorough, right? Y'all know what the best researcher we got in the black community is who?
Yep, the history. Mm-hmm.
When it comes to looking up history and getting primary sources, who one of the best researchers we got? Who?
Google right now.
Well, I'm just saying within our black community, who's one of the premier people? Who are some of those premier people in our black community? Who are some of the thorough researchers we have in our community?
Oh, you talking about
right, Brother Reggie, right?
Oh yeah.
True story.
Squad.
Brother Danny, right? Y'all gonna question that brother's his ability to research, right? Because y'all know he get in.
Yep.
Right? Well, guess what he's doing?
Also got good research game too.
Brother Rob Bourne, right? So several people. I mean, and a lot of you all as well. But y'all know one thing you want to
Divine Prospect.
Divine Prospect.
It's
a lot of them, right? It's thorough in their research, right? But you know one thing that they have that we all share too, that we don't give enough credit to, and it's just answering your question too, over Sonny. Their interest in the level of information. They have to go and start somewhere. Where do they start first? Right on their cell phone, laptop, computers.
Yep.
If you hunger for information, the information will find you. We're in the information age. That's what I love about investing. I had to use it as a case study, Brother Sonny, for that reason, because a lot of our people don't understand how simple this stuff is when you say, okay, well, let me go on Google, right? You bypass the information that leads you to money, and we go straight to the stuff that gives us what? Self-gratification, emotional, prevalence, jubilee. So, Brother Sonny said, well, shoot, find me a stock that's in Saudi Arabia that they're producing oil, because I know they got to begin. If I bet we could do it right now, I can show you how for it to come back 100% true. if I put in Saudi Arabia biggest oil producer, right? If somebody can query that from right now, I don't know if anybody in front of the computer. I'm not. I'm on the road.
Well, I could do it while I'm talking, but I wanted to tell you something in the midst of it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And I want to do that intended to this case study. So yeah, go ahead, Oprah. I'm sorry. So somebody type in Saudi Arabia biggest oil producer.
Iran.
Oh, he said Iran? Oh, was it Iran or Saudi Arabia? Sorry.
Yeah, Iran, right? Sonny? Sonny.
I don't know if it was Saudi Arabia or what.
I said Iran. I can't Google it at the same time. I was Googling it.
No problem.
But no, you already got it?
Yep. Petroleum. Yep. Which one we go? You want me get the Wikipedia gives a whole list. Biggest oil producers in the Middle East.
This is what I was gonna put out there while we're on the thing right now to show you, so we can when we do get on the stock. Right? So hello.
Keep going.
So Israel is following through with Trump's mission to attack Iran, right? Which is going to stop marketing, sales, trade, or slow it down, right? So now, if you have companies that have oil that's invested over there, it makes a difference. So this is why when I just got the update about them following through with it. So it in my head was like, bing, let me think about the oil. There's probably different kinds of resources over there that you can invest in, but that's one of the things that I was going to throw out there, that we could look at the stock and watch it go down and up based on what we learn and how we can invest on what we learn. So that was just one of the strategies I picked up before. I mean, I picked up just watching everybody else, and that's why I threw that out there so we could put that in the mix.
You 100, 1,000, 1,000,000% right. See how that works? That's literally common sense, natural observation by following news and information that we've been groomed to as kids up until adults, that when we hear certain aspects of news that obviously carry some kind of value of weight in terms of an effect from it, a cause and effect reality that comes from the back of it, you instantly know commerce is going to be what? Destabilized if that happens. Anytime we've gone to war in America, what has happened to our global markets?
Yep.
They got what? And they became unraveled. They go into what? A state of disarray, because it messes up what? Supply chains. It messes up, goods and services being moved, right? The pandemic showed you that. Boats got what? Put on dry dock. Planes got what? Put into what? Harbor bays, right?
Yep.
Everything is shut down. And so if things ain't moving that's mechanized, what happens to the price of oil?
Goes down. I mean, you could name a bunch of stuff. You could go into the
supply
Forex
demand
with the currency. If they end up going to war, the currency goes down.
You get the staple. See how that works? And now you just spoke about Forex just like that. Now, what you had to really learn?
I just learned Forex about 2 weeks ago. I tried to ask Monica, and she threw the definition in my face, was clowning me. So I had to look it up.
The first thing you did though is what? You looked it up. And I know she wasn't clowning because I don't believe it.
Yeah, so no, because instead of telling me about it, she just threw the definition. So I had to go and do my own research and study and all kinds of stuff.
She taught you how to what? She taught you how to fish.
Open up that camera, son.
She taught you how to fish, right? The greatest tool
right now
is stability, so they can take raw information and learn how to what? Fish. But Dollar Will said it in the chat. He said to learn to correlate. He said the country community folk research all day. Do they not?
Yep.
Now, how many of them monetizing that skill set? I said that to I've said that to Reggie, I've said that to Sarnetta, I've said that to a lot of our people in our community, I've said that to Garfield, I've said that to many people. I say, until y'all find a way to monetize this, it's just gonna be what? Conversations.
That's exactly it.
White people monetizing their stuff. That's why we look at them as they like, oh, these persons. When Brother Garfield brings on Dr. Richard Carrier, people get all what? In they white boy mindset. Then, we bring it on Dr. Richard Carrier. Oh man. What only reason you feel that way because you feel like this guy has found a way to monetize his talking points, his career, because Again, sometimes we still suffer from the white boy complex. I get it, but y'all get what I'm saying, right? You look at him as if he's somebody that's what he has the ability to walk in or open doors, right? Well, guess what? There are black people out there doing the same thing, and until we start realizing that, again, your power collectively is within your ability to research just like they do, and then turn around and find a way to obviously, if necessary, of course, monetize it. Well, that changes your whole paradigm. We monetize information all day long, do we not?
Yeah.
New drop on Nike, we monetize it. If we find that the XRP is booming because PayPal just dropped a big bag and coming into the crypto space adoption, guess what? We monetize that information. That news hit, everybody start buying crypto right on the dot. We found that the Grayskull owns over $500 billion worth of crypto, and they've been holding and harboring coin for a long time. We found, I'm finna jump on that boat. We found out that, of course, as far as the vaccine, Moderna, or whatever the case like that, they finally got their phase 2 data out. As soon as that information came forward, we start adding to those positions. What happened to start? It shot up, right? This stuff, it really isn't rocket science. A lot of this stuff is just common sense analysis, right? We're too intelligent to consider ourselves as just, secondary sources of information. I don't believe that. We're primaries. All of us are walking primary sources. We show that when we go into historical context. We will dig up everything about our history that's still been obviously it's getting thrown under the bus by everybody else, of course. But of course they will, because they're trying to stay empowered financially, mentally. They need to do that. So take back your history, take back your financial well-being too, because there ain't no such thing as black power and broke. Again, we got a skill set. Use it. All right. And let's keep building. Right. And I'm gonna say this again: investing in trading is not a lazy man's game. You can't give it your all to learn about the Umayyads or the Sumerians and all that stuff, and not give it your all to learn how to grow your wealth, or grow your bag, or grow your money. Right. I just end on that part. Right, but you guys are phenomenal, man. I tell you, it's awesome. Every time I come on, I like, man, these jokers here cooking today. They cooking. Everybody was on today.
Learn anything I know without y'all. I'm telling you.
Yeah, we learn it together, brother. Sonny, key man. Yeah. I always say, man, you know more than you gave yourself credit for. I told you that day one. I think I had a conversation with you. I said, you know more than you probably give yourself credit for, right? And a lot of that,
research.
That's all it is. It's evolution of information. You figure out, okay, well, yeah, I know this about this life. I know about this. Okay, now what's this about? Okay, well, I know, Nike is a company that always sells a ton of shoes. They must be doing something good, because the company been around forever. So if they do own the stock always got to be doing pretty well. Well, okay, I said the same thing about McDonald's, right? Well, McDonald's on every corner in the black community, and they still open to 3 a.m., 4 a.m. sometimes night. That means that's extra margin, right? So that McDonald's must be doing something pretty well then, right? They've been around forever. They're in every country around the planet. They're growing. So guess what? If McDonald's owns a stock, it must be doing pretty well. McDonald's been around since I was a child. That's the first thing you're gonna say, right? See, that part of the game is not, unfathomable to realize. Make that correlation. It's okay, black people, make the correlations, right? You're not messing up by making these, educated observatory type of guests, and then follow up by doing the research. Okay, McDonald's been around this long. Where's McDonald's stock at today? You go right to Google and say, what's McDonald's stock price?
I'm sorry.
And you see the stock price.
I'm sorry,
right? You see the stock.
African Emporium.
Yep, I see it going down. I see it.
I'm trying to get it in.
I almost forgot.
Me
Peace
too.
over African Emporium.
Peace, everybody.
Wait, where y'all going? Hold on.
Hey, Mo.
What? I'm trying to get in my account.
No, when
Got your password?
When you had put the oil up there, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get back to it, or you over here balling.
You better get your stash, Party.
No, But when you have put the oil up there, right? When we do end up looking at stock, I want to check that out to
Right.
see how much it rose or dropped based on the new information.
Okay.
And now that'll let me know. And then that's another thing too. It'll let you know how many people that's really on the now, on the things that you finding out with the new information. So say for instance, like you hear Bitcoin is going up, or you hear Pfizer went down because of old boy taking out 62%, or you hear um, Moderna went up because they deal with the same group that gave Trump the cure, or you know what I'm saying, going up and down and finding out these different things, it makes a difference. So I wanted to look at that and see if how many people are really paying attention to what's really going on in the news as far as when I get my updates or when everybody else gets their updates.
Okay. Give me a second.
I know I said a lot, but
You ain't say a lot. I'm logging in the stash party. Hold on. I do my account, I do my brother's account, do my uncle's account. You don't have stash?
yeah, I told you, like I just started creating all of that after I did that Think and Swim.
So
Create the Robinhood, then I created the stash.
Why you not logging into your stash party?
I haven't did that yet.
Go to stashparty.com, stash stock party right here. Go to stash. You still got time. Stash.
It should be in the chat, Mo.
Huh?
It's
It
in
should be in the
chat.
messenger chat.
Yeah,
All right.
click the link. And you should get to this party.stash.com like this.
Stash party, yeah, I see it.
And then click on it and then sign it with your email that you use for stash. And then once you sign on with your email and your password, then you just hit claim. And then you get a free fraction of share.
Wait, so I click stash party?
Yeah, click stash party.
Stash party login.
I'm talking about where it say hashtag stash party.
No,
the one
stash party login. Stash party login to be exact.
So push the login.
Yeah, stash party login, verbatim. Stash party login.
Hold on, where you at? In the messenger group or what?
No, I already clicked on there, and then I clicked on to it says stash party. No, it says stash stock party. Hashtag
Yeah, click on
stash stock
login.
party. Huh?
Yeah, click on login and just put your information in.
top right.
You can share your screen so we can see too. We can help you.
Is that my thing doing the music?
Yeah, that's yours.
Are you
so
serious?
you're on the right, yeah, you're on the right page. Then look for claim. Look for claim now. You say, are you serious? You click claim now.
Okay, you can log in stash so you can claim stuff like okay, bam. Oh yeah, I can keep talking. I'm over here just logging in.
I'm logging in myself. Everybody getting a little piece of the pie. All right. I think I got all mine. Okay. Contrarian thinker, jump on here. Cutting up.
Okay. Hello?
We still here.
All right. It said I needed to finish logging in, but then now I logged in and hold on. Okay, so now where do I go now that I logged in? Hello?
Should be able to scroll down and click on claim stock.
Yeah, what happened? I'm sorry.
He's trying to figure out what to do next once he log in. I told him click on claim stock before 8:30. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, what is that? What is that on? Like,
You see it,
what?
Sydney? Let me share mine so you can see.
I'm sharing my screen.
You should go ahead, Chris. Share.
No, I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Right here, Sonny. Look, you see this circle right here?
Hold on, I gotta go through.
Right up underneath it. Yeah. Did you look at the top left corner? Did you log? You hit the login?
All the straightening.
Okay.
So you already logged in with your email and your password?
I did, and then it logged me out. So, I mean, it took me somewhere else. Because it keeps saying complete your account. Then I went to complete my account, and it logged me all the way in.
Not on the sign up or you should have just been on login. When you go to type in party.stash.com.
He might not have finished his. He might not have finished his account.
Oh, his account now.
That's probably why he getting that message.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't because when you log in, does your page look like this with the stash party and all that stuff? Okay. Well, yeah, get it right for next time. You got a minute if you can get on. 37 seconds. What is that? I hear music. Okay.
And hurry up and click claim stock.
I heard the music, so he should have.
Yeah, you can still go to the website though, but you still got to have your account scenario in order for the login.
Yeah.
You can jam out, but they ain't gonna let you get them dollars. You got that login, right? I'll be on there today. I said, let me go in and get me some nice little instrumentals on.
I know, I like that though. Log on to Stash Party just to jam. Okay. What's up, Contrarian? Where you go?
What you sent us last night, Mo?
That's it. Oh, I sent you the PDFs to the training that we was listening to that Contrarian had us
what's going on?
Do.
Peace, brother.
I thought that Mississippi Wi-Fi wasn't working.
No, I was getting you something. I had something for you, Mo.
Oh, you had something for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What is it?
That's your favorite book right there.
Oh, always getting spoiled.
Oh, that's a YouTube. Hold on.
It's in the chat.
I'm looking right now. That a book?
Yeah. It got it show you how to do every strategy you want.
That one that you okay.
It's an option book.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna copy it. Brother African important, but contrarian training this last night. Me and Brandon. Chris fell asleep on us.
No, it's true. What's going on over contrarian?
What's going
It's
on?
not true, Mo.
Hey.
What were you guys working on last night? I've been. It's one of the weeks for me. That's why I've been distant. Y'all know. We put the clamp on me this week.
Contrarian, what's the train? We were in this training right here. Oh, I got it right here. Hold on, let me just show it on the screen. I can't open it up, but I can show it, right? Can I just show it? I'm not gonna open it. I'm not gonna play anything. Be behind the scenes right here. Let me this right here. So on Tuesdays we started this video, this training right here. Where is it at? This one. Reading Chart Masterclass by Gavin Holmes. So I played the video on the Tuesdays. We're not live. I played the video, and then these are all the PDFs on the bottom. The slideshow right here. These slideshows right here is what I sent you, Chris. Market manipulation examples, signs of weakness with trade setups, and signs of strength with trade setups. And so it's 16, 15-minute videos that we were going through, and we still on number 2. So we was, yeah. So this website right here, Trader Guide, gives you a 14-day trial period. And so we just took the opportunity in the 14-day to take the Tuesdays and play videos and talk about them, dialogue on them, open up some charts and TradingView, and see if we can identify some of the strategies that they speak about in the video.
Very good. I think I was on when I was listening. You guys were speaking about that about the charting course. The charting course, because I didn't get I was off and on a little bit. I didn't get the full detail, but charting is a very important course, and understanding, like we discuss a lot. Learning how to look at it. The markets from that technical aspect. That really increases a person's ability to trade more thoroughly. Of course, that's a part of my where and when aspect of my 4 questions I asked. Understanding, where is good entry, and when to pull the pull the trigger on it. So it's really good. In my opinion, of course, when you're learning how to trade, you spend a lot of time. You should spend a lot of time understanding charts, right? Like if I, one day I have, bring on my brother Stock God, we're gonna do a trader's journey with him, and I've gone through maybe like 3 or 4 phones, and like all of my pictures is charts and information about stocks. Stock God is worse, right? His entire memory bank is nothing but charts, nothing but charts. He spent all day talking about nothing but charts. That's the path. Even Sister Camille, you think about Sister Camille, Sister Dramette, she's taking it, to the next level now. Now she immersed herself in understanding how to look at all these different scenarios. So of course, as I'm always saying, the market is just one big pattern, one big chart, one big trend, right? You learning how to capitalize on it when it's available. That's what separates people who are profitable and those who are not on the trading side of the house, right? Of course, long-term investing is not hard, but if you're trading and trying to capture small-time profits, you have to be thorough at learning how to chart better. And so spend a lot of time in it. Immerse yourself in it. I'm going to get on some of them sessions with y'all too, because you never stop getting better at learning how to chart. I don't care who you are, right? You always got to go to those charts and diagram your play, right? Or diagram your trade strategically. It's more than just, okay, I bought a stock today. Okay, that's good if you're long-term. But if you're trying to catch, again, like I say, short-term profits, you got to know entries and exits, right? You got to know do's and don'ts, support, resistance, supply, demand, right? Accumulation, consolidation, all the different patterns that we speak about, rising wedges, pennants, and again, from that all the way down to the minutiae of the candles, right? All that stuff is invaluable information. And so that's why I say, man, when we think about the value of how much we research everything else, and we got that serious and brought that energy to the stock market, are you kidding me? Right? Are you kidding me? It'll be a whole lot more wealthier people in the country community.
Yes.
I tell you what, Joker be like, man, look, Black Power. Yeah, I'm gonna go get the dollar. Joker be serious, they'll be serious then, even more serious. So, but yeah, that's it. So again, it's all. Well, I mean, we learn this stuff in school to a degree, bar charts, patterns, pie charts. It's no different. We're dealing with ratios. That's all the market is. It's about what ratios and portion, right? Commerce values, right? Who control more of the pie, right? It's no secret. We own what? We have the most lucrative markets on the planet. New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, right? Amex always merged with NYSE, right?
Right.
Lucrative ones on the planet. So if they're the most lucrative ones on the planet, that means they have more what? More market share, more ability to capture market share, right? So just dumb it down, right? Just use that as a way to say, okay, well, who are some of the major players inside what? Our NYSE or NASDAQ, what? Stock exchanges. Not rocket science. You can go to Google and plug that in. Then they're going to start talking about what? The indices, right? S&P 500, the QQQs, the IW and the Russell and the Wilshire, and the WCIO. See how that stuff is? It's all interconnected. All of it. Think about it. I know talk about two devils over, Chris. And see, and that's what I love about this stuff, because again, the more you dig, the better you become more familiar with this stuff.
And we can even go deeper into the history of it too. We know the Dutch was the first one that ever created a stock exchange, and they brought it to America. It's historical. It's crazy how
they actually stole it from the Indians, to be exact, the East Indians.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Because it was called the first. Well, they took it and it's called the Dutch Indian Company, and it was something like that I read. I know I was looking up the history a while ago. Yep. But you're right.
They watched the Asians and the East Indians because they were doing it through the rice paddies. That's how they used to. They used to break down rice and parcels.
Right.
And the Asians, and they built this so-called stock exchange and bartering system. And of course, when when the colonizers got on them boats, boys.
That's all they do, y'all.
They show up after the fact and they claim everything, right?
Right.
That's what it was. It came off of that. People in the Asians, more, of course, it's still a system that's widely used today. But like I said, they definitely did. Right over, they took that thing, the Dutch, and they claimed that thing, and they've been eating ever since. And so. Of course, we were already doing certain things like that as well, especially in the greater good of Africa, not just always try to romanticize Africa, but we already have a system of checks and balances in play. Again, ancestor Dr. John Henry Clark spoke about that with Timbuktu, right? How important that is, and the fact that we had, checkbooks. Matter of fact, who's that? Robin Walker, our esteemed scholar elder Robin Walker. He spoke about that, matter of fact, in Hidden Colors, about they had a checking system, like a checkbook system, way back in the time of Timbuktu. When they were given they call them today promissory notes. Well, back then, early America, they call them promissory notes. But we already had that stuff in play back then. So we don't come from a slouch environment, a slouch of people. Of course, we know that, but it's hard to get everybody to accept that when they're trying to dominate you, because you're still late to understanding what they did to you. Therefore, you can't act accordingly to change that. So again, all these little tangible skills we're picking up with charting, understanding financial fundamentals. You're really good at that, Sister Monica, because you understand business, payroll, how to look at the financial balance sheets, of course. And then charting is just something universal to all of us. Pattern. We learned that back in elementary school, right? Matching games, stuff like that, right? How to put two and two together, so to speak, in that perspective. Puzzles, basically, in a lot of ways, puzzles. So again, there's so many ways you can increase your mindset to stay relevant and to stay, strong in these things. Pattern recognition. For me, I play a lot of play like poker, right? Poker is a good strategic way of keeping your mind, fresh. And I play chess. That's really good for stock market people. they'll tell you first thing, play some poker, play some chess, you'll get real solid, especially when it comes to understanding, how to stay confident and stay level-headed when you're going through a trade, so to speak. All right, so a lot of small things. Again, I don't want to go off topic, but seriously, yeah, patterns, charts, delve into it, learn it. Let it become a thing like the back of your hand. Write these things down when you see it, record it, go back and play it and on demand on Thinkorswim. Look at those trades, diagram it. Get better at learning how to read the market, and I guarantee your net revenue aspect will increase. Seriously.
I gotta call you over about the classes thing.
Yeah, it's popping. Matter of fact, I was talking to Caesar. Well, he emailed me the other day. Next week, of course, we get through all this, this week here, this family week scenario. We're definitely next week, so everybody on tell them again next week. We're gonna get some of I'm starting to do it where I'm gonna do like we did before, with me, you, and Sister Shonda that time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start including more of that. Cause I can get more done when I bring everybody, and then we learn better in that perspective too, right?
Right.
In more group settings. So I'm gonna start inculcating 2 or 3 people per sessions.
Okay.
I'm getting a few other people starting to come at me now. I was like, okay, I need to be able to compile this a little bit, and I don't want to, not be able to effectively hit everybody because I know everybody's schedule changes. So I always tell, if you obviously got in, you already know you're gonna get them sessions, regardless. We're gonna just make sure we find those times when we can just really maximize on it. So we own it. Yeah. So let's wrap on that too. You got it. Time so we can keep building on that too.
Oh. So I got a question. I want to see if Mo can answer this.
No. I'm multitasking. What you got?
Why
Don't make me
why
think too
is
hard.
Tesla running like it is? Or did you know?
What, that Tesla was running?
Yeah.
Let me check my monies.
I think it's up over.
It's an didn't wait a minute. I can't see. That's why I want you to ask me a question why I can't think, because I'm doing payroll at the same time.
Over African Emporium on here too, so we both listening.
You gonna say it like, I just want you to know everybody's listening right now.
Yeah,
That's
Brandon,
cold,
don't say
bro. Bro,
You see
you
that,
cold for
Brandon?
that, bro. You threw that pressure on you, Mo. That's right, but get her, Chris. Get her.
Oh,
I'm glad. I'm glad
ahead.
Brandon is gonna sit here and watch.
Yeah, hit my sister with that Rick James, cold blooded.
I ain't been paying attention. I ain't paying attention. And the last week I ain't even been paying attention to what's going on because Chris.
Tesla's on fire. Oh man, yeah, definitely, Sister Mom. You can't crank those charts. I know y'all get ready to go into that at some point because y'all even crack them charts out today.
Yeah, I can't do anything yet, y'all, until I get this payroll in.
No, you fine with that. I'm not just saying, if anybody else gonna crack theirs open, just whenever y'all crack those charts open, I know y'all gonna go in because of course, we've been witnessing, we witness all time high. I know y'all gonna go into that. Dow, I was gonna say Dow 30,000. And a lot of the other stocks are running. Of course, Tesla's gonna keep running. Y'all already know Tesla's going to keep running up until it's inaugural day. So that's interesting. So I'll sidebar that conversation. What you finna go into as well over Chris with Sister Monica. Don't lose your train of thought. But it's important. So that question you asked her within that, about Tesla running, just that little hint that I just threw out right there.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all hammer on that date because that's important too.
Right.
And the reason.
Dang, man. Look at this from just like the past, even the month, the 3 month. God, dog, man. If y'all ain't investing in Tesla, man, Listen, I told everybody, I was telling, people outside of our group to, when it first did the split, to get in on it. And, it hung around, it went down some, it really didn't make no big splash. But we already knew the day was coming for said event to happen and what was going to happen when, they was going to announce it or even talk about it more, what was going to happen to the stock and his rise to supreme power and reign. So if you missed it, I'm sorry for you because this baby is on a roller coaster on the way up.
Well, I'll say this over, Chris, in all fairness to what we do as our profession, there's never a thing where you actually miss it because obviously stocks obviously going to offer what? A buying opportunity at some point.
Right.
We be able to chart, basically what y'all were talking about, but charting and stuff, when it had that little moment where it kind of takes a little breath before it takes off again, like you say, Bo. That's when you need to be ready.
Right. So, like you said, the inaugural day, that will be a chance, or perhaps even now, what I'm saying, if you want to just jump in, whatever you can throw in there. I mean, he's right, Obo's right. There's really like no time to ever like you late or where you can't get in, but you want to do your DCA, your dollar cost average. You want to make sure you can get in at the lowest price you can, to capitalize on some of those profits. But at this point, what I'm saying, just get in where you fit in or when you can, because any few dollars gonna help. It'll help your account grow. So Mo knows that. She's a testament to that. I mean, of course, Brandon, African Emporium, myself, Andre, and the rest of us. We just we just showing y'all how to get it out the mud. You know what I'm saying, from whatever you can start with, and just let it grow. Like my little Webull account. You know what I'm saying. I've been growing that. I sold all them little free stocks they gave me. I was like, man, these stocks in the red, I'll just get rid of them. And, couple trades here and there, $10, $20, $30 here and there, a 90 piece here and there. Just, build my account, build an account slowly but surely, take the small wins. African Emporium, I tell you, I was kind of looking at, $10, $5, $10, $20, like, man, that ain't nothing. But when it's your own money, you know what I'm saying, and you had the chance, the ability to, grow it day by day, you know what I'm saying, you take that, that's a win for you. Whether it's 50 cents, it's 50 cents you didn't have. So just take it and build on it. And, of course, you gotta have your trading plan. You gotta have your mental discipline. I had to crack down on that. He's helping me with that, obviously, because like I said, taking little wins, you like, oh man, that ain't nothing. I want to make $200 or $300, $10, $20, $30. That ain't nothing. That's not enough. But when you're building your account, it is. When you learn how to trade, it is. When you learn how to win or building a strategy, it is. So take the small W's, what we call them base hits. Take them. And, I've accepted the fact that I'm going to have to take it because it is money and it's mine. So,
Facts.
So, progress is better than none. And we just preach. We just preach, to, get started, whatever way you can, get started. If you got to start with $5 like Mo did, she did it. And look, hers, not to put all her business out there, but, she done grew all of her accounts to, over thousands of dollars. And all I'm saying is I'm Uncle Sam and I'm coming to collect. So, just take.
You hear that, Brandon?
Oh yeah.
And then go to, African Emporium's channel and look at all the videos. I mean, I understand they 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, but it's a lot of gold and, you know, wisdom in those videos of all the lives and stuff we did. Even just going live just to talk about random events, there's just so much information in it that can help you. You know, spend the weekend going through all his YouTube videos. You know, even, you know, go through Mo's videos, you know, go through our timelines and look at, you know, the information we post and, you know, the journey that people take to get where they are. So you can feel that and take that same, you know, thought process and apply it to yourself to get yourself where you need to be or want to be with your own finances. This is how it works. You know, we bounce that energy off of each other. So, and the more you know, acclimate yourself, throw yourself into the information, the better. And the number one video is Trading Psychology. Oba always posts this video day in and day out because that video is going to be the testament of you being an investor and day trader and messing with Wall Street. So please, if I can give any wisdom, you do those things, you will be successful. Everybody on here can account for that. Brandon knows this. He's been around a while. Andre, you know, all of us, even Eoba Camille, she don't come on a lot, but she'll tell you firsthand too. You know, we got a lot of people in our group that, you know, we go on our own paths, but our own paths, you know, have that information, that wisdom, you know, to keep us going in the right direction to be successful at this. You know, not to give up, you know, study, you know, learn what you're supposed to learn day in and day out. And, you know, the results will pay off. Simple and plain. You just got to apply yourself. So 2021, the $5 challenge. Start your account with $5. Mo gonna lead y'all in that. And that's it. Right, Mo?
Yep. Right. Gotta make a decision. Start preparing your mind right now because the end of the year. No, don't wait to make the New Year's resolution on 1st of January.
Right.
Go and start creating your budgets right now, breaking them down. You know, put money where you won't get no anxiety. Let it come off the top of your pay, you know, come out of your paychecks at your account so you won't miss it. Don't put it in your hands and then have to give it back because then you're gonna feel some type of way because you ain't there yet. You know, it works if you work it. You know, because coming in, I think current affairs wise, you know, everybody's speaking about whether or not they're gonna, you know, do some more restrictions. So you definitely need to be figuring out, you know, where your streaming income is gonna be coming from, or if you could create some. As Brother African Porium say all the time, all you need is a device and the internet. You know, and the rest is history. You can kind of almost teach yourself. Or you could jump into one of our we'll jump in one of the classes. You know, we going through videos, breaking down scenarios, you know, the stuff you hear on the lives. You could start to recognize the lingo and then start to create, you know, keep your notes, be able to go back and review. Take a little time out of the day. I like Master P because Master P said take at least an hour and study business. Get yourself a product. Get yourself a stream. You know, whatever it is, work it. Make it work for you. You can't keep sitting around talking about what's not. If you're not gonna make the effort to what is or what can be, I'm sorry. I'm sounding like I'm dragging because I'm multitasking, y'all. I gotta get this stuff in. But it's beneficial. You know, the ride has been beneficial. The journey has been beneficial. I'm ecstatic at the fact that more people are starting to offer, you know, different content that's relevant to the conversation. Starting to, what's his name? Contrarian. Mississippi starting to throw in some info. I enjoy listening to all these different accents.
Yeah, our brother Dollar Will in the back chat, always getting it in.
Yeah, Dollar Will, definitely. I told Dollar Will you gotta start jumping on the panel. You gotta start jumping on the panel because he has his show. So you guys make sure you definitely go in and subscribe to his YouTube channel because he definitely be putting it down. I tap in from time to time. Right? That's right. You said you thought the mods could add links. Yeah. What link you looking for, sis? What link? Okay, somebody's looking for a link. What link y'all looking for? It joined. Yeah, Tesla did join the S&P 500. What's the link?
Oh, look at Mo.
What? I'm looking to see if somebody's saying something. I'm looking for the link they talking about. What? I told you I wasn't thinking. I was trying to do my payroll.
Get up, Brandon.
Oh God.
Come on, Mo. What you doing now?
You know how, Brandon, I tried to listen, messing around, studying that video last night. I forgot to do payroll. These checks. Hey, they called me today and said, hey, payroll day, I ain't see my email. Good thing we got a holiday Thursday. Mm-hmm. They're going to be mad. They didn't get that check on Thanksgiving. They get it Friday. I'm behind.
They get it Friday.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine for real. Yeah.
Holding people money.
I am, man. I
ain't finna call you polite in a minute.
Don't worry. I have it in before 12. What time is it? It's 10, 9:58. Yeah, I have it in. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with it, but yeah. Whew. Y'all keep talking. I'll catch up. I can't
So what, you didn't find the link or what?
What link? Oh yeah, somebody was asking about a link. She said post a link and just post the link.
Oh, the Zoom link?
What link? No, she said she thought the mods could post a link. I don't know what link they're looking for.
I think I don't know.
She trying to put it in the YouTube chat.
No, we don't. No, wait. Somebody said.
Cause she in the group, so I know she ain't talking about the Zoom link.
I think it's something that they talking about. So.
Yeah, we definitely ain't posting that out in the group. I mean, in the chat. Can't have no weirdos coming on.
Yeah, they talking about a lot in the chat.
Oh, speaking of weirdos, hey Mo, you know that video is still up, right?
What video?
That one video of your homecoming.
Yeah.
That's still showing at the end.
It is?
Yeah, by accident, trying to rewind the I think was it last week's video we did, and it's still up there.
Okay,
it ends all the way at the end.
Yeah, the very end, right? So it's on one of them. So I need to delete
I think that's on your page.
It's on mine, not Garfield's. Okay.
I'm not for sure. I think it's on yours though.
Okay, let me log into that right now. Oh Lord. They played me. They've been sending me darn messages on my YouTube. I have to go in there and delete every time they leave a comment.
Yeah, they be doing that to me too. I'm like, man, what is bots coming from?
Yeah. I was like, I don't accept them. I just delete. delete.
Mhm.
People have to tell me they send me a friend request. So I don't accept that.
That's right.
Mess around and hold on. What was the name of that during video? Goodness gracious, y'all. I'm sorry.
$705 change. Dang, that's crazy.
What?
No, I was looking at my stash and
You got some money? Give me $1.
okay, I got you.
That's how you
Mo said that quick.
that's
Okay.
how
Let me give me $1.
Dang, anybody else got Nike stock? Man, this mother
Yeah.
been banging.
Me? I got Nike.
Oh, you good. God, dog, man, I haven't even looked at my stuff in a while, yo. Dang,
Well,
Is that a good feeling though?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good feeling.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know, go on your stash account.
Corporate cannabis. My bad, Brandon.
Oh, you good?
Corporate cannabis been dang, it's been going back up. I remember I was in the negative for a long time.
Because like 15 to 17 states,
Legalized marijuana.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm back up 11%, almost 12% now. I was negative for a long time. It works, y'all, long term.
Yeah.
I seen Moderna went to 112 today. I was like, what? You still holding that? Y'all still holding Moderna?
You know it. I should have sold it and came back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Dang, Ford back up too?
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at these in a while, y'all.
So much money you making.
Excuse you, Mo? Mo, you making all the money.
Okay, well. What contrarian? That contrarian share his screen. Where you go? He can pull up some stocks. Somebody pull up some stocks. I'm almost done, y'all. In about 30 minutes. Y'all keep chopping it up.
Pull up MGM.
So,
or whatever y'all want to pull up. It don't matter.
Contrarian, where you at? Get off sign near the channel. I know that's where you at. You can share, Brandon?
no, I'm off.
Everybody doing something.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. I'll be sharing in a second.
I was gonna ask you guys, all right, predictions. Where do you think Tesla's gonna hit 1,000 at?
That's a good question.
I want to say sometime in March.
Yeah, that would be my prediction too.
Mm-hmm. I thought he was gonna pull back. I had set a stop order on and it sold, and then I got back in it. I took the profits. I was like, oh, I'm so glad it went back up again.
I mean, you trade Tesla?
Mm-hmm. I sold it.
You
Took
did
the profit.
Option trade?
No. I had the shares.
Oh.
and I thought it was gonna dip, and I didn't want to lose the profits. So
Oh,
I set a stop order, and it I think it was yesterday, and it met that it met that number, and then I once I sold it, and then once it dipped, I bought back into it, and then of course it could, and then it continued to run. So I had took the little profits that I had. Mhm. I learned that from Marquise Dudley. Mhm.
look at you making
I'm
all this
learning.
money.
I'm
Give me
learning
a
some
dollar.
little strategies on how to keep. Now you want $1. Yeah, I'm learning how to keep keep some profits. I've been watching that price action. I'm like, oh yeah, that's how y'all playing? All right, let me go on there, take my little stop order, and then I'll come back in on the dip. Too easy.
Oh,
It's been working. Scanning. My so in the last week, there's so many things running, I can't keep up.
well, something like that happens. I mean, I normally focus on like the big potential solid news, if that makes any sense. Like a guaranteed
Mhm.
home run for me. Um,
Yeah.
while I focus on, I'd say like a small time cannabis play where I know Tesla jumps off of news every time, Elon Musk sneezes or something like that. So
Mhm. Somebody the rock blockchain or Bitcoin, y'all. Bitcoin running too, huh?
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got some new leadership in rock blockchain. I've been trying to do my little reading.
Well, it freaked me out that one day when I see XRP went up, like 10%. I check my account, I got an extra $100 in there. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, just let it ride.
5 and 5.
All right.
That's the one that was like some cents, right?
Yeah, that was like 22 cents. I got like
Yeah.
106 shares in it.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Brandon, I see you shining. You ain't tell me.
Nah, Mo, you the one that's shining,
Mm-mm.
I'm still dull over here, you gotta throw some more, you gotta wipe me down a couple more times before I get to shining like you.
I ain't trying to hear that drama. You and Chris. Somebody made a play the other day. I was like, well, you ain't come in the group and share. We share our information, our little tickers. You over there just holding out. Holding out. Told you earlier I seen the little mushroom in the salsa on the chart. I got
Did you
excited.
you drew it out?
Huh?
Did you
I
draw
was
it out?
gonna draw it out. I know where it's at though. I know what ticket is on. I was like, oh look. I thought it was so cool and whatnot. Oh Lord, I'm trying that, y'all. We'll make it. Let me see something. Contrarian is occupied, but Aquaporian probably eating. Okay. So y'all waiting on me to start sharing the charts, ain't it? And I'm over here preoccupied. Wait a minute. Take a break. Take a minute break, chat. It's gonna be a lot of dead space on this video.
You said what? You said what?
This is gonna be a lot of dead space on this video.
Cause you over there working.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna just I gotta
the screen.
Yeah, I gotta put it in before midnight. I'm gonna just end it. You guys have a happy holiday. I ain't going nowhere, ain't got nowhere to go. So I'll check in tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, if you guys available, you jump on. If not, hey, you get it in.
All right. I bid y'all peace and happy holidays. Be safe, be smart, and vigilant. And we'll see y'all soon.
Peace.
All right, peace, everybody.
All right, peace.
Power Prophet.